What up, guys? Actually, do I? Every time I stream, I think, do I have enough space in my hard drive for this stream? And every day it gets a little bit closer to the answer being no. 160 gigabytes left. I'm gonna have to start deleting old Chronicles stream. I've been trying to avoid that, right? I've been deleting like some of the game stuff because it's already up on YouTube and whatever. I mean, I should just delete it, like, or find a way to back it up somewhere, not like a just really giant slow hard drive. I've seen that there are like 30 terabyte drives coming out soon or something. Maybe it's worth it. I don't know. The thing is, I think YouTube quality is a little bit more compressed than what I upload. And, I mean, obviously, right? So, I kind of wanted to keep the originals in case I wanted to do something with it, but, I mean, to be honest, like, for what we're doing, if I need to make, like, shorts or montages or whatever in some point in the future, I can just download what's uploaded to YouTube. Better. Alright, let's get this tweeted out. Live with more work on our dialogue. Overhaul. Lots to think about. Plenty of ways to get distracted. We're gonna try not to get distracted. I have some ideas of how I want to think about this and organize it. You know, I was a bit blindsided, I guess, on a Friday with what I thought would be a little bit easier. Or I guess just trying to find out if I could do more than other games. Answer is probably not really. And not because we couldn't design it, but because the amount of organization and work to do it would be... It would bankrupt us. It would just bankrupt us. Good idea for a sequel. Okay. I was also looking into... Okay, I'll show you guys. So you remember how we looked at fluid flux on Friday? And I was thinking of using it for that side game we wanted to do, that horror game. You guys remember it? Was this system has really nice like shorelines and shit. Right now it does not support submersibles, so if you were to put, well, let's just say a submarine in there, the water would not be occluded from the inside of the submarine. Kind of a problem. Kind of an issue. I don't know when or if it's going to support that. I'm going to keep my eye on that because that's a deal breaker for using the system. And I don't know if the other system supports that. I think it was like oceanology. That was it. Their documentation. Download it via the Discord. I don't really want to via the Discord right now. I'll look into it later, but there is one other. It might support it, it might not. Like I said, I'll keep my eye on it because maybe something will come from it. I know that the guy working on this, he posted something on his Twitter recently. Yeah, this. Ripstream. So maybe, you know, it's not too far off in the future, right? I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. We will see. So yeah, I mean, one thing I can say is that the FPS, I downloaded the demo of this, and the FPS was very good. I mean, I could actually just show you. Okay. There should be a download somewhere. Play for hard on? Yeah, I do. Well, the good thing is it does have swimming in it. Also, happy Monday. So I was thinking of getting it and just throwing it into Golden Chronicles. Because it's seriously, every single water and swimming system that I've seen so far is just absolute trash. And from what I played in the demo here, it was actually pretty good. Pretty good. It seems to have full caustics. It has full proper, changes to the camera and post processing. The sounds are handled in there, so I'm not against saving up some money for it. Yeah, it pretty much it seems to be. There's no refunds on it if I'm unhappy, but even in my shitty CPU, this is pretty good. Getting about 190 FPS on this. Obviously, the one that we're pretty much interested in is like this ocean map. Getting 200 FPS. Fucking scary me. I have a bit of God, what's it called? Like the fear of open waters. Thalassophobia. Felt the same shit when I was playing Subnautica. Like, I'm just gonna go up here. Okay, I feel safer now. What else? There's also the world map. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty nice. The swimming system is pretty decent. Yeah, and it just seems to work. I'm really curious how they handled sound. Which probably, yeah, they do kind of pop out. We would do something else for the fish. But I'm curious how they handle sound, if it is just automatic or if it has to be placed. Well, I'm a little skeptical. I can place it manually, but no ripples around character. There are. There's an easier way to see. Which map would be good for that? Be the section map. Yeah, it might be controllable. I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to see too because there's no like standing water available in this demo, I think. It's all moving, so it's a little hard to notice. But it is there. Yeah, it does look good. Oh, trash. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I want to simulate in my water, is a bunch of trash. Tutorials is pain. You doing a tutorial? Tutorials are pretty tough. A lot of people will tell you, oh, just do this thing where, just show like a specific part of the screen and show an arrow to it. It's like, bitch, do you know how hard that is? There's so much complexity to tutorials. It is valuable experience, that's true. Okay, I can't put it off any longer. We gotta think about dialogue. I know Friday we had this. I was thinking more about this reputation stuff, and in hindsight, I think I'm gonna not do it this way. Because the thing is, it just doesn't... This is aligning, so if you provide like a great potion, right? An exceptional potion, you could still end up with an answer that doesn't really properly convey how your potion did. Like, this is good for mixing in the relationship, but it actually lessens the uniqueness and player feedback on how their potion actually helped the individual. And I think players would rather have that than have something that more accurately reflected the personality, but didn't accurately reflect how they did as a player. Like, people talk about how, like, the Paragon Renegade system of Mass Effect is really... It pigeonholes the player, and it's a little, it's just a little silly. But at the end of the day, the clarity... Okay, I don't know what I pressed, but stuff. But at the end of the day, the clarity that it provides is actually better than a system that is more abstract, and that you don't know if what you're about to do is going to have some... you know, death of the character effect in a game that doesn't make that the prominent focus of the game, right? So I think for me today, I want to categorize the types of dialogue that the player actually is going to have with the player. It gives you clarity of choice, but needs you to select that option every single time to get the choices you want to make. Yeah, it is silly, right? But the clarity, I think, is actually more enjoyed by players than a lack of clarity, because then it's frustrating. So I think like players kind of prefer silliness over frustrating, right? Yeah, there's no chaotic play. I agree with that. Like, I think that what Mass Effect Andromeda tried to do was a bit better, but the decisions in that game didn't really mean anything anyway, so... Primarily because it was the first game in what was supposed to be a trilogy, understandably. Yeah, morality towards... Yeah, so I think that, you know, there are really good faction systems in, like, New Vegas, I think is pretty decent. Grim Dawn has a really nice faction system, so I think I don't mind using relationship in Cauldron Chronicles. I just don't think it should be I don't think it should ever touch responses about how their potions did. I think that should remain exactly as it is supposed to be for player feedback. But if they don't trust you enough to maybe tell you the truth about a certain part of their backstory, that is just flavor, right? That's all flavor, and I think that can reward you for befriending and helping other people and talking to them more without it really impacting gameplay. And I'm okay with like exploring factions too. I think that could be done. We don't have any factions yet to really design it that way, so we'll see. Another Notepad++ day. We kind of started to do it here. Sneeze. What about much? Okay. Dialogue types. Potion responsive, which are responses from NPCs about how your potions helped them. Let's dive a bit deeper into Blessed. Thank you so much. And let's define this a little bit. So these are never modified by relationship system. Clarity is more important than immersion here. Or player feedback, porpoises. I feel like there was something else I wanted to put here. Always said unless NPC doesn't show up for any reason again, such as them dying. I think that there are still cases though where we can inform the player of how their potion did without that NPC coming back, right? We've talked about the magazine that you can subscribe to, the Alchemist newsletter or whatever. And that might have news about some things that happen in dungeons or neighboring kingdoms. So I do want some inference, right? Because I think that outright telling players is kind of treating them like they're not intellectually capable. And some players aren't. Some people aren't. But you've probably seen the thing that like players are becoming dumb. Players are becoming dumber recently. I think we talked about this on Friday, but where designers love to spoon feed players so much because they look. I'm gonna talk about players here, and it's not gonna sound great, but I'm talking as a player too, that I feel dumber compared to some of the games that I used to play, because it's very easy to whine and cry when you don't have something directly given to you or told to you, and developers change it because it's it's bad, it makes you feel bad things, so let's give you a thing that makes you feel good things. And unfortunately, it just kind of, it spirals out of control to now where if games don't explicitly tell you how to press jump in a game, people cry because the tutorial didn't tell them how to press jump. What happened to the good old days of just mash the controller or keyboard until something happens? This is a bad example. I will admit this is a bad example of spoon feeding players. Tutorials are one thing, game mechanics are different, or especially story, right? But we see it in movies, we see it in TV shows, viewers, we see it in books. Viewers and readers, listeners, whatever, are treated as being dumb, and therefore it kind of collectively makes you think less about what you're watching. And I really have to appreciate, I've been watching Better Call Saul recently for the first time. I feel like that show is so much more intellectually demanding, and the characters are a lot more deep than Breaking Bad ever was. Breaking Bad was really easy to watch because it didn't really require you to think. It was, you watch characters that had pretty obvious motives do very spectacular things. It was a shonen, okay? It was an anime shonen. I more appreciate like Wire, Sopranos, now Better Call Saul, Mad Men, where characters have complex motives and deep thoughts and personalities to them, where you can't always know exactly what's going to happen next because it makes sense for the characters that are on the screen. And you have to think about it, and you have to pay attention to small details, small facial expressions. There's times when I could just lose myself in Morrowind, right? I know that players are going to play Cauldron Chronicles, and if they give a potion to an NPC and that NPC never shows up, and they don't know why, they're going to be upset. And I don't really give a fuck. Like, seriously, I just don't give a fuck. Sometimes I like the mystery, and other players will have that NPC show back up. Other players will be able to infer it, and you can talk with the community, and you can collectively figure out what exactly happened to this NPC. What did you give them that made them come back, or stay, or interact with this other character? It's fun. It's a puzzle, right? It's a puzzle with no directly correct answer. There's an answer that you may have wanted that you didn't get, and an answer that answers that you didn't want and that you may have gotten. So yes, we're going to try to treat people as intelligent. I want to see you have to fight against pre-established behaviors. NPC doesn't come back equals NPCs aren't essential and disposable. I mean, but they kind of are. I guess it's a... Like, I agree with you, number one, but if I have to think about whether or not NPCs in CC are disposable and non-essential, I think it's kind of up to the player, right? Like, the player has a goal with the world, right, with this corruption system. They also have goals with the individual NPCs that may or may not be useful to them depending on their own goals. I want the player to be aware of the gravity of the choices. Most games don't treat their NPCs as intimately as... That's true. They are faces nobodies, yeah. Or randomly generated, right, or something. Like, this all depends on how we write it, correctly? Yeah, I mean, I agree. And this depends on how we write it, less so the system, but just... If we don't treat the NPCs as writers as important, and having a goal that means something to that character, then of course players won't, right? Because, you know, fan fiction and headcanons can only get you so far. I don't mind the case of sometimes a character riding off into the sunset, never being seen again, as long as that makes sense to their story, right? And other characters may stick around. They may hang around for a while. They may interact with you quite a bit. I think this is a slow burn. This is a game that's going to be really hard to demo, to like show off to at like a convention, at like Gamescom or something, because it is a game where we can build these nuggets, these threads, and these breadcrumbs, but it's still a very slow burn game, and the appreciation I think that will come from it, if the writing is successful, will be the repeat visits and how those develop. And that's going to be really hard to demo in like a 20-30 minutes period. It'll be funny if some characters can pay for potions, leave behind trinkets as collateral. That could be done. I mean, that absolutely could be done. You could sell that trinket to a merchant, and the NPC comes back and is like, "Hey, what the fuck? I needed that." I mean, that is actually not difficult, because that's just, does player have it in inventory? Does player not have it in inventory? Show dialogue options, right? Let me write that down. I really like that, and that's really easy to accomplish in our system. But I thought you were dead. I'll include the lol too, because that's really important for them. I really need to organize these into like a spreadsheet or something. Yeah, there's some really good ideas we've had in here. Again, one of those reasons why I hate working with pretty funny tweet. Why I hate working on games alone. Got my code gone. Pretty good. I like it. Isn't there some video you sent me the other day too? Something about like game design? I don't know where it was. Oh, the 100 games that taught me game design. Oh, how long is that video? 2 hours! I turned that into an 8-hour stream. I will watch that on my own. I hope you understand. Like, oh, maybe it's just quick fire games. No, it's literally a 2-hour video that I will turn into an 8-hour stream. No, I think it's cool to watch, but yeah, I'm not gonna watch that one on stream. Okay, potion. Okay, responses from NPCs about how your potion helped them. Never modified by relationship system. Clarity is more important than immersion here. Not that we won't focus on immersion, of course, but that maybe immersion is the wrong word to use. Clarity is more important than systemic depth. Always said unless NPC fine. Other NPCs or sources may provide information on a character, on other characters. Like, you might hear news about how some guy who's showed up to your hut has done something important to the world, or you know, either something positive or something infamous. I think that kind of world building is important too, because that, you know, we want to create our own universe here, right? And I think one of the important things about a universe is the world building. And one of the key elements of world building are events that happen, that change the course of history. And so if we have our characters doing things, you know, sure, them going into a dungeon and killing some enemies, that's cool. But having some consequences to these actions within the larger world is also really important for world building, because it creates it's creating history in our world. It's creating a timeline. I'd also really like to. This is the, I guess, the BioWare love in me, where I'd love to save. This is easy to do, right? To save all the choices of the player, but then to use those choices in like a sequel of sorts, or something else that takes place within our world after the events of Chronicles. That way you can bring in your world state. But of course, when you have a lot of micro decisions, maybe that could be impossible. I think players are generally understanding of when you have to have a canon ending in a game. It just, it's just sometimes easier than creating a billion different possibilities that would be impossible to make. Okay, potion responses are one dialogue types. I would say, let's say, flavor lore. Information about character, world. Answers could be determined by relationship. New questions. Let's put it this way. Questions may appear, disappear, depending on relation or plot progress. If available, always repeatable. Can be asked again. My only worry for this is that if you can gain a relationship by doing certain answers, we need to make sure that if a certain answer is given to a question that is remembered, and so you can't kind of annoying though, is it? I'm not GPT. Boo boo. What's up? I don't think I'll do GPT in the game. The only time I would think of adding AI into my game for dialogue is if it was based only around our own training data. However, I also just think it sounds too similar. The problem with this, you know, when you train a language model, it really only learns to speak one way. And it's too verbose, it's very inhuman. So no, for the time being, we'll just write it ourselves. I'm trying to build a team that has narrative, you know, has proficiency in whatever they specialize in, but also has narrative design experience as well, or narrative design interest. You do notes in Notepad, I mean, it makes sense, but yeah, I don't know, I just do like my game design notes in here. I don't know, it's kind of easier for me because there aren't distractions. I could do them in Word, but sometimes Word is a bit distracting with formatting, and I can just throw them in here. And then I can just tell ChatGPT to like organize them or something. Saves me a bit of time. But hey, girly bits. Girly bits. Please don't tell me girly bits is a reference to girly bits. Only ask because I use Obsidian and it's useful for connecting stuff. Obsidian. Let me see what it is. Ooh, I think I've seen that logo somewhere. Sharpen your thinking. Definitely use sharp. Yeah, that's pretty nice. That is actually pretty nice. It just looks like it would distract me. I suffer from self-diagnosed ADHD because I think I have it. It just looks really like, ooh, look, graphs, pictures. But no, you're right, it might be nice. I'm gonna try that out on my free time and see. Can you have like teams and self-host it? Work with your team. It could work. It could work. You know, eventually when we start having like design documentation, this sounds like a pretty decent free alternative to Confluence. That could be nice. Use it for D&D campaign notes and for life organizing. Stick it in your back pocket would be amazing. Yeah, you're right. Could be nice. All your notes are still locally stored. Good, because I put a lot of weird stuff into my notes I don't want people to see. Oh shit, I'm streaming. Yeah, I'll take a look into it. I want to see what they're pricing. Commercial. What is commercial use? What does that mean in relation to this kind of software? Oh, I see. Yeah. USD per year. This would make more sense to use once we were funded. I could use free for now for sure. Once we have a team, we'd have to get some of these add-ons. That's a little bit pricey. Only pricey because we make no money right now. Not great. Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's because it would be great. I don't mind, like, when our game comes out, I don't mind sharing all of the design documentation. I don't see why more people don't do this, like more developers don't do this. So it'd be great to just share that and be open about it. I'll definitely take a look at this. Thank you for telling me about it. Only good if you train and whipped it into shape yourself, like give an NPC specific info and say in chat, GPT would only try to rephrase those things. Yeah. Every demo I've seen of it, the idea is cool, but it just sounds like ChatGPT. That's the problem. Like it doesn't have any real it has faked personality in a way that makes the character feel like it was written by some edgy 14-year-old writing fan fiction. Tech bro, please. No, thank you. Yeah. You know, Trello is just, it used to be so good, and then they just started locking all the good features behind money, which, of course, understandable. You need to make money, right? But it's just not cheap. It's not cheap, and it's being outpaced by things like this, or by even Confluence. No, Trello is kind of a relic of the past in a lot of ways. And if you want to do free task management, there's, God, what is it? There's UTrack, which I've used. It's very powerful. It's a little hard to get. It's just a little bit tough to learn, but once you learn it, it is way more powerful than Jira. It's very good, and the pricing is much more fair for indie developers. 1 to 10 users, every feature free. So it's like if your team is under 10 people, or under, I guess, 11 people in this case, free. Every feature. And you can self-host it. And you have to pay for like self-hosting, but yeah. Shot grid. God, you know all the the software. What's Autodesk? Yes. Wild, man. Yeah, for right now, Notepad is succeeding. Big pants, yeah, it might be a little bit overkill, right? I do like UTrack. I was able to, UTrack has a really deep API, and you can create like a bunch of scripts and stuff for doing anything that's custom. So if you have like a little bit of knowledge of working with software API and you know what you want to achieve, UTrack is like really powerful. Way more powerful than Jira is. Just takes a bit of time to learn. Overhaul sounds like work. It does. Hey, Bleach, how you doing? It is a lot of work, but it's very important because this will make our NPC dialogue scalable. Like for when you want to project manage later on, but for GD just was in, yeah. I think for project management, we'll probably do UTrack or Jira. It just depends on pricing and what we find in our budget. I mean, obviously most people in game dev have experience with Jira, but UTrack we can self-host, and it's a bit, it's cheaper and more scalable. So if we have really good, like, you know, some people handling our back end, it will definitely be more powerful to us in the long run. And because it's self-hosted, we can just add in our own drives for data storage. You work at entertainment and animation, okay. I knew somebody that worked in that industry, and yeah, it was really curious, him bringing all his like software from that part of the industry over to game dev and merging it, and sometimes it was good, sometimes it wasn't. Have you seen Sync Sketch? Okay, we'll look at one more. See, this seems really good, like I said, for 3D model and animation stuff. I'd be curious to see how it performs over, like, Nero. This is free. User. Yeah, it's not bad. That might be good for our team. I'll save that too. Our team might really like that when they're discussing like meshes and whatnot. That's cute. Okay, flavor lore. Back to dialogue types. Our team is gonna love it because drawovers are king. Yeah, that's true. I think that's one thing that Discord doesn't have, right? Discord, when you share your screen, you can't draw over it. Okay, so flavor lore is one of the dialogue types. You get information about the character world. Answers could be determined by relationship. Questions may appear or disappear depending on relation or plot progress. And if available, questions can be asked again. However, might need to not have this due to answers impacting relationship system. There's a couple ways around that, but we obviously want to avoid a case where players can farm up relation. Who knows about flavor? Rumors and theories from the character perspective. Yeah. Yeah, it's just gonna be like, these are dialogue types, so things, different types of dialogue, and we're gonna be handling them in a little bit different ways. So I might have an enum that describes this is a question that is, flavor lore or something. We'll see. Right now I want to organize it because we were struggling to figure out exactly how the low level of our dialogue overhaul was going to look. Everything seemed to point to either a loss of uniqueness in exchange for making it easier to implement, or absolutely nightmarish to implement, but being very flexible. And we need to find a middle ground here. And player experience is going to be king in this regard. But we're only going to have like one narrative designer and everybody else pitching in to help write some characters that they want or some dialogue. So we won't be able to afford what the big AAA guys do, like Alaric or whatnot for Baldur's Gate, or Mass Effect, BioWare for Mass Effect or Dragon Age. We're gonna have to make do with what we have and do our best with it. Yeah, we will be mapping out our dialogue in some way. I have one of my friends writing some characters right now. He and his girlfriend are writing characters, just because it's like I need it done. I'm busy making the system, and they are both really interested in like narrative design and writing characters. I'm really slow. I enjoy writing, but I'm slow as shit. I'm like, you guys do it. I trust you. Handle it. I'll work on the system, and then we can implement those characters that you design. Motion responses, flavor lore. See, the last one would be changing answers. Way better way to word that. But these are answers that might actually change the course of that character's story. So most of the time it's going to be, well, I won't say most, but there are going to be two major ways that you can change the fate of Very Divergent. That kind of works. That kind of works too. Oh, sure. If we could have like just a 2-word version of that. Which ways you could change? Story branching. The indicator. No, it's fine. Story branching. I feel like I'd still have to append answers to the end of that, like story changing answers. Or story branching answers, I mean. I do like story branching and story divergent more than plot changing though. Fuck needing 2 words. Personal. Okay, let's. The 2 words isn't helping. It's not giving us better results. I regret thinking we should do this in 2 words. It's not working. I think story branching is pretty good. It's a little important. It's a little important because clarity and simplicity with defining these types of things helps when you're communicating it to teammates. So a lot of people will think, oh, he's using really big fancy words to describe his design, that must mean he's a good designer. Like, no, that just makes him a really bad communicator, because now only a small section of game designers will understand what he's talking about, and players and other people on the team, publishers, investors, won't understand it at all. No, simple words are the best when thinking of game design. It's kind of backwards, but the simpler you sound, the easier it is to communicate that in a lot of ways. For FLSBA. We can't do the tags. Yeah, stuff that a 5th grade, exactly. It sounds kind of, I guess, maybe backwards. You would think, oh, you should come up with... There's a video that I'm referencing in this kind of conversation. We watched a video about progression in game design, about what was the example? It was how in a lot of games the character starts off weak and becomes stronger, right? And they were just defining this as a choice of progression in games. And the word that they used for it was juxtaposition gratification. And I got really, really, in my opinion, rationally angry at this, because it is a absurdly overcomplicated way to define you start weak and become stronger. And I get that some people will want to squeeze it down or make it sound fancier in order to think that they've coined some term, but in reality, it was literally just character starts weak, becomes stronger, that feels good. And that's it. That's all you have to define it as. Positive character growth. Even that's more simple to understand. It's just so stupid. I still get angry thinking about juxtaposition gratification. Number one, it doesn't make sense.
Carol! I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that.
Thank you for the follow, Girly Bits.
There is no Carol in HR.
I think I know which video you're referring to. Yeah, I didn't like that either. It's a common pattern with video essays where they try to encapsulate it using some words, even if the term isn't the term the industry uses. Yeah, it isn't the term. It absolutely is not the term. I've never heard a single designer refer to it as that. It was... You would just say, yeah, our character's going to start off weak, they become stronger. You're just jealous. Yeah, exactly. What negative growth? You don't use it all the time. Shut the fuck up. You do not. Okay, story branching answers. Answers that will significantly change the course of an NPC's story can only be said once. Dialogue branch. Here at that. Decision is remembered. Save file. That to me would be the 3 dialogue types that we have. My catchphrase, I just got juxtapositions gratifications. I'm gonna use that on my therapist and watch her eyebrow go up. I'm experiencing a distant galactic juxtaposition gratification in the trajectory of my professional growth, and I'd appreciate it if you advised. It's such a stupid term. And the worst thing was the guy said that he lectured at universities in game design and used that term. And now we have a whole bunch of new, fresh game designers growing up in the industry using this term and thinking that they're like, they've been enlightened. And they're any like 20, 30-year experienced veteran designer is going to look at them and say, "What the fuck do you mean? The character just starts weak and gets stronger." Even if Weenie's in this level, that's also true. Yeah, I mean, I fell into the same trap when I started in game design, right? Where I think you want to... You forget that your job is about communication, that game design at its core is a job about communication. That's it. And the best form of communication is the one that the listener or reader understands the best. And so at any point where you have to dive into this long-winded explanation to describe something that has already been described a million times before much more simply, you've already wasted so much breath describing something that everybody who knows stories will understand as, oh, yes, it feels good to be weak and get stronger. Fitted TTP. Emulation is also learning. Unfortunately, if you don't have good leaders to emulate, you learn poorly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, people think, oh, game design is a job about ideas, right? You have ideas about the game, you make the game. It's like, no. The team makes the game. The team has ideas. Your job is about communication. And I would say equal amounts of filtering ideas through prior experiences, what the publishers are looking for, what the market is looking for, what the team is capable of making, what time frame you have, the game pillars, right? It's like, it's filtering through so many different things, and all of those things can change at a moment's notice, which is why game design is not a settled science. There will never be a master of game design that just perfectly spits out masterpiece after masterpiece, because it's always changing, and the market is always changing because of that. Unless you're the entire team, yeah. What do you think of this team? Oh yeah, we really like it. Oh, well, thank you so much, myself. People say communication is key, but they forget that comprehension is. Yeah, that's a perfect way to say it. Right, like it's like snake oil huckstering talk, right? Where by sounding smart, people will sometimes think you're smart, but when you try to comprehend what they're actually saying, it makes no sense at all. Become the very best, like no one ever was. Game design is my... Is it? Those salaries is our cause. Okay, I wanted to organize something other than dialogue types today, and I kind of forget what it was. Because we're talking about game design, and I love talking about game design. What is it? What I wanted to do? I think I was like falling asleep. I'm like, I won't forget it. I won't forget it. I'm just gonna go to sleep. I promise. I'll think about it in my dreams. I'll know what will happen.
With this self-anal massage, you can reclaim an important part of yourself.
Girly Bits just resubscribed.
Thank you,
for
Lazy
1
Fangs, for
month.
the gift sub to
Lazy
Girly Bits.
Fangs gifted a tier 1 sub to Girly Bits. They have given 43 gift subs in the channel.
A lot of fucking gift subs. What kind of dialogue system are you currently using? I can show you. And with this self-anal massage, you can reclaim an important part of yourself. Yeah, sorry for the flashbang. Plastic likes. I think there is a dark theme to plastic. Oh, yeah, there is. That's better. One day, Twitch is going to send me an email saying, hey, can you not have a follower alert or sub alert that talks about anal massaging? I'm going to go with her way over here once I'm done hissing. That's understandable. Yeah, I do like plastic. I fucking hate perforce. I know it's the industry standard, but I much prefer my branches. When where the company I used to work at was trying out plastic, and it was a nightmare for our artists. I haven't heard that. I'm going to say next. God, I hate all the Teams mess. No, I don't use Teams. We use Discord for communication. Perforce was a nightmare. The lack of branching was just terrible. But no, Teams is ass. Anybody who uses, if you are ever like interviewing at a place, ask them what communication method they use. And if they see Teams, say thank you. I no longer have any interest in working at your company. I'm gonna go now. The thing is, streams don't work the same way. Streams are kind of annoying. I also don't think you have exclusive checkout with Perforce, if I remember correctly. Okay, let me show you what dialogue system we have. Once I force Blue Dick Boy to spawn over here. You can refer to me as anything. Idiot Streamer works. My name is Joey. You can say Joey or Joe or Joseph. Here he comes. Blue Dick Boy in the flesh. Baby kangaroo. True. This is our dialogue system. I needed it really fast, and we couldn't spend the time to make it properly, so I just put in a very simple system. That's it. And that's not the way that it's intended to be, but it is a placeholder. When streamers declaring you basically top 80s, and I can't say you earned it. Fair. Fair. I am premium third monitor background muted content though. Audio only premium content. But we have a beach ball. I mean, that's got to count for something, right? never gets old. Or for highlighting important text, I'm guessing it just uses a node-based range structure. Oh no. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a Easter egg where if you keep our beach balls in the air for 10 hits, it will start moaning at you. People were worried that I was going to keep that in for publishers to see. But I think it's kind of funny. Let's go, so good. And you can walk on water because this is just a mesh right now. Game looks really good. Our game looks really nice. We did such a good job with this. It's gonna be great when we have more than one NPC. Oops. Oh, what? Yeah, it's all just placeholder art. Yeah, we were looking for like a picture to use for no entry. Just like a red cross, right, with the thing through it. But apparently there's an Indian movie called, a rom-com called No Entry. And, well, I mean, I had to. The moment I saw it, I knew I had to. Yeah, these are not original art assets. This is just a prototype, so once we move from our first playable to vertical slice, then we'll replace all of the assets with in-house. Or the ones that really matter, right? This is so 90s, yeah. This is supposed to be representative of the style that we want. So that publishers can see, okay, you want, this kind of vibrant, stylized, cartoonish kind of feel to it. So that's how it's meant to be. Actually, publishers don't care too much about a UI. UI is usually the last thing that you work on in a game, because you're constantly changing your systems, and UI coding takes a while. Yeah, that's usually something you don't have finalized. It does add impressiveness and polish, but it's also pretty expensive because you have to get a UI artist and UI designer, and I'm not either. This silly little guy. I am. Juice Fiverr. Nice and moody. Leave Polish out of it, right? I will say this, the publishers that we pitched to were already very impressed, especially that this was only 84 days of development for this build. So I'm hoping that the next time we show them what we have, they're going to be even more impressed. They were willing to drop like nearly €1 million on the project, but we were looking for a little bit more funding than that. So we'll just keep improving it. I mean, that was much better than I ever expected to get from those pitches. But we also knew that we were going to them pretty early, so yeah, we'll just keep polishing it up. To embezzle some cash, right? Yeah, the weather I think helps a lot with the feeling of. Well, we're gonna have seasons in our game, right? So with the seasons in the game, you have to have good weather to support that. Ominous arrow. Yeah, that's part of the tutorial. Ignore the ominous arrows. The otherworldly eruptions. Where's the Amogus? We don't have an Amogus in the game. The only meme we have is the beach ball moaning. Oh, I can't even make a potion with anything. So pathetic. Wow, great combination here. I'm planning on pitching to any publisher since it's more of a personal project and it's custom engine, so that kind of throws a wrench in their plans anyway, yeah. No, I mean, it is what it is. We're looking to build our team up to about 15 people during full production, so I need the money. Skull should his own demo. Right now, I can show you the budget if you're new. It is, yeah. It's between, I would say, indie and double A. You know, for first playable, we're looking at this. Ignore the specific dates that are put here and just think about the the number of months in this case. So I think that with a team of a couple programmers, we could hammer out this first playable in 7 months pretty safely. And vertical slice is going to be the big challenge where we do the most hiring. But there's probably going to be some time frame in between there of getting people on board. Yeah, there's 3 months of buffer period that we put here. So ideally our game is already ready here, and that includes time for polishing. But of course there will always be delays and things we don't anticipate, so our game will release 3 months after when it's properly supposed to be finished. And these numbers aren't Polish, so US dollars. It looks like there's some crazy numbers here. It's just because it's multiplied by 4 to US dollars, or roughly 5 to euros. Yeah, I live in Poland. I'm from the US. Yeah. Yeah, the numbers make a lot more sense considering we'll be hiring mostly Polish individuals. But our meat of development is definitely going to be the alpha, where all hands on deck, and is 18 people, but that also includes a office manager and accountant. So it's about a 15-person development team. No CDPR? No, I'd never want to work at a AAA company. I don't like it. I like smaller teams where people can have more of an influence on the project, and you are challenged to work outside of your comfort zone and specialization more often. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it does, and I think at a certain point you start finding diminishing returns on hiring more people. So, you know, it's not like if one person does, let's say, 20 unitless things of work, and you add 5 people, or you add 4 more people to the team, that now you're doing 100 unitless things of work in the same period. It has diminishing returns to where at some points adding a new person may only speed things up by 10-15%. So keeping smaller teams that are better in like strike teams, so saying, okay, we have a new feature, that's these 3 people or these 4 people work on that, these other people can work on this, and trading up teams and working more with more agility is definitely a stronger method than corporatizing it and having this strict, rigid hierarchy. We're going to be a very flat team in terms of hierarchy. Just jump onto whatever you want to challenge yourself with, and we will pair you with others who can help support you along that pathway and to teach you to become better. I think over 25 needs just in teams and communication suffers. Yeah, definitely. That's the approach. It's kind of what we call like open feature ownership. So let's just say one of you, maybe there's somebody that's a designer in chat, right? And you want to challenge yourself by working on helping to create like the trees, because you really love trees. You've been watching a lot of documentaries about trees, and so you will be the feature owner of some new like biome where you want to work on the trees, and you will be working alongside like the 3D artists, and they will help you to understand more about their work, and you get to kind of own that feature and determine its outcome. Even if you aren't very experienced in modeling the trees, you will be paired with people who can help you and bring that idea to life. Yeah, trust is important too. Trust, I mean, that's one of the reasons why we have like transparency and collaboration in our values for our company. We don't believe in hiding anything. You're hiring adults. We're gonna work like adults. So yeah, it's just if there's something bad going on, we talk about it. If there's something good going on, we talk about it. Okay, I'm getting a little off track. I love the topics, but I need to think a bit more about here. We have this. We were working on the dialogue set. Is the data. Only thing smalls have a hard time imagining that. I think if you treat your company like it's got a strict hierarchy, that people will fall into that because that's what they're used to working for. I think when you hire creative individuals, you have to just trust that there are going to be some mistakes because everybody makes those, but everybody wants to create the best game that they can and to grow as an individual. And if you put roadblocks in the way, or you stifle that to some extent, it's going to make people less loyal, less creative, potentially depressed, and they'll leave your company. They'll leave your company, and yeah, it's not good. They'll just get pigeonholed into specific tasks that may not interest them. Yeah, and I think it's just, you need to trust the people that you're hiring, because why did you hire them if you can't trust them? And that's the beauty of the strike teams, where it's like, okay, you don't feel comfortable doing this, but you have an interest in it. That's okay. We will pair you with people to work on this who know how to accomplish it, and they're going to be looking up to you for the direction on how this is supposed to turn out. And therefore, you learn about something that you didn't know before. You get to work with people that you may not have worked with for a long time, because maybe the feature that you worked on before, you were working with the sound designer and a narrative designer. Now you're working with a 3D artist and a couple of the programmers. And so it's a great way just to constantly change up dynamics and to get people learning about all subjects of game dev. And I think really growing the team much stronger than if you just shove people into specializations and now they really don't know much about how other parts of the game do. Or if somebody wants to learn more about biz dev, they want to learn about how to pitch. It's like, okay, well, join me next time I go to talk to a publisher, and you can sit there while I pitch the game, and you can see what it is like, what kind of questions they ask, and what kinds of difficulties and challenges I need to think about when I'm pitching the game. Like, I don't care if... I share all this on stream anyway, so it's all public. Not like there's anything that... I'm not going to be afraid of you learning something that is going to threaten my job. I want everybody learning as much as they can about the things that interest them. And I think in that way you do create a lot of team loyalty. Your company is seen as a destination company, not a stepping stone company. And that's really what I want to create, is a company where people are like, okay, I see myself settling down and working on games at this company for the next many decades, and we want to create an environment where that's stable and ethical to do so. No crunch. If you need time off because you're having a bad day or you don't feel like you're going to be creative, go do it. If you need to pick up your kids, go do it. No questions asked. If you feel sick, don't need a doctor's note. Just home, get better. Do what you need to do as an adult. Sorry, I'm ranting. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, everybody. Who implemented their Fridays to be random project day? Yeah, that's cool. I really like that. Compensation with your team is how you grow loyalty. Yeah, I agree. I'm tired of working for people that... I've worked with people that didn't trust me, even after I was very loyal to them, because they felt like me bringing up problems was intentionally trying to sabotage the company, when that was how I expressed my loyalty and desire for things to be better, was by talking about problems and trying to find solutions. Never again. Okay, we have the initial greeting. This is the... dialogues. They were threatened by seeing the problems. Sorry, boss, that projected so hard and needed therapy. They were... It was weird. I think they were threatened with a few things. It was a very hierarchical system in the company that I'm talking about. And I think there was a worry from the people that were directly above me that I was trying to learn what they were doing so that I would replace them. And really it was because they weren't doing their jobs very well. I didn't really have any desire to have their jobs. I just didn't like the decisions that they were making in that job. Number two, I would say, was they saw me constantly talking about problems and trying to change things based on these problems that I saw. And so they only saw me as essentially a problem maker. And they didn't want to face the fact that there were problems. They didn't see the problems. They didn't want to acknowledge it. Partly because I don't think they had the time or care to fix them, but they also didn't like that when there were problems, to them it lowered company morale. So if they didn't acknowledge problems, if there aren't any problems, then there's no morale there's no hit to morale. And they were essentially prioritizing morale over the truth. And I think that was a build-up for a lot of people where they could see through the lies. And the moment they felt lied to, they knew that this company was willing to not treat them like adults and not trust them. Because I think if you are lying to your employees, that is showing a lack of trust for them, among other things. And then they blame me for being disloyal or trying to sabotage the company by saying that we needed to fix things from a very low level within things. I don't know. Problem maker instead of a potion maker, yeah. Problem, I wasn't making potions. I also don't think they liked that I went home when I needed to, and I wasn't working overtime. And that's a much deeper problem. That's something that my eyes have opened up to a lot over like the past 2 to 3 years, where I wouldn't have thought about it before, but now that I've talked to a few other producers who, you know, try to maintain healthy environments, work environments, and I watched a couple of GDC talks from really experienced team leaders, I just realized how ridiculously unhealthy and unnecessary it is to crunch in game dev. It is a common expectation, and it's also the reason why in our contracts for our employees, it will literally say crunching is not allowed. It's not. There's no excuse to do it. Even if you want to do it, you're not going to do it. Go home, have your weekend, have time with your family. We're going to pay you a good amount to where you don't feel like you need to do overwork to make more money. That's it. And I tell that to publishers too. I tell publishers, we don't crunch. It can wait until Monday. And if you don't like that, we'll find a different publisher to work with. Hey, Florence and Strawberry. Long time no see. We're here pervasive, yeah. Implement a time off law where it's outside contract hours, you're legally expected to not respond to phone or emails pertaining to your job. Yeah, I would do that in my company. Finals keeping me busy. Yeah. I know that some Polish people are worried because my company is based out of the US, where there is less employee protection compared to over here in Poland. And I tell them, like, it only matters if you're being taken advantage of. That's the only time where that lack of protection matters. I'm just not going to do that. I'm just not going to be that way because I don't believe in being that way. It doesn't fit my values as a human being. And look, if the market says that we can't have a team like this, a company that works like this, fine. But I'm not going to change just because of that. I'm just going to try and do my best. And if the market says no, the market says no. Hey, JavaScript. You and every other programmer, I think. We would have initial dialogue. You'd have the what do we call them? Flavor lore. Within people assume that Americans have less empathy somehow. I've worked for several internationally based companies. They are surprised by responses to their mental health care, respect to their time. Yeah, I mean, I have never worked for a U.S. company where there was that, like you said, that lack of empathy. In fact, I've had worse experiences working for companies over here in Poland. They put a lot of suspicious things into their contracts, and there's a lot of remnant ideology and the ways that companies should work from when there was, when the Soviets were in control of the country. You see that a lot in like the older generations. In fact, most newer generations of companies over here adopt Western and like US styles of doing business and thinking because it's better than what they had beforehand. So I think people are just afraid of losing their protections as employees, but I also think that in a lot of cases you have employees that are mistreating their employers over here because there are so many protections. And I think that ends up, with the tainted, tap water kind of thing where, well, now a couple of employees are abusing their employers, so now employers are really strict about putting in stuff in their contracts that tries to prevent some of that. Or like NDAs especially. I kind of personally prefer the American approach where if you want to quit your job, you just can. You just say, nope, I'm out. I'm done. And you have the right to do so. In the EU, you have to, oftentimes, you are contractually and legally obliged to perform certain amounts of work depending on how long you've stayed there. I mean, I think that's kind of ridiculous. I just think at some point you kind of lose your freedom there. I don't like that. I don't like that. What were we thinking of here with the requirements? The green? What's initial greetings? Let's see. And I guess that would help us determine which greeting to use. Doesn't hurt anything. Yeah. I mean, I think that people who want to abuse their employees or employers will find a way to do it regardless of the laws that are in place. I think the best thing that I can do as a employer will be just to write very easy to comprehend contracts that are very fair to the individuals but still provide me with some freedoms to, if I needed to terminate a contract without having to. There's, like I said, there's a lot of employer protection here in Poland that sometimes I think goes to a really long way to protect employees that are really abusive to the company and drain a lot of money. So I just want to make sure that I hire people that I trust and that aren't going to abuse me, but you can't always be sure about that. Kind of shit, right? Work for a company that was in a country where if a doctor determined you had burnout, they would prescribe you to leave the job, and the company still had to pay your salary for the time off. At the time I left this company, 2 employees were on 1.5 years of burnout break. Yeah. No, I mean, burnout is a real problem, and it can last, but I think that that's just absolutely ridiculous. I think that's a ridiculous law. I mean, similarly in Poland here, you can get like a doctor's note. Leave for a lot of things. And doctors will just give it to you. They'll even ask you like, hey, do you want a doctor's note? They won't even ask. They won't ask like, are you working somewhere? Do you have like things? They're just like, do you want a doctor's note? And then for how long? That was a big like culture shock, because when I came over here to Poland, where I got sick the first time, and they actually didn't have a legal basis to ask me for a doctor's note because I wasn't on that type of contract. But they told me that they would not give me time off, paid time off, unless I had a doctor's note. I mean, this is while I was sick in bed with a really terrible sinus infection. Like I didn't even have enough energy to get up and go to the doctors, which they would just tell me, hey, go rest and take some medicine that you can buy from the store. So it was like, no guys, I'm sick. I'm just gonna stay home and sleep. I'm already caught up in my work. It was really fun. I mean, I don't mind if the doctors are just kind of like lenient with it, but I don't like the culture where if you don't have a doctor's note, you don't get time off. And coming from the US, where if you have sick days, I don't think that in most states they're allowed to ask you anything. And there's almost a cultural understanding of you don't ask. It's just, if you say you're sick, this is your sick days, you can spend them as you want. If you're lying, it's fine, this is your sick days, you can spend them as you want. I prefer that. Yeah. Yeah, it is trust, and it's like, I want to have a company where if somebody's taking a sick day, because it means that they're sick, and if they can feel free to say, look, right now I'm having a really bad day mentally, I'm having some depressive thoughts, they can just say that's it. But what they are really having is like a bad mental health day, or they're just, they had some fight or something with their significant other, and if they just need time off, it's like, go do it. No more questions. Go take the time you need. I trust you. History. The thing is, if we want to go from dialogue set to dialogue set, where we think of a lot of this depends on how we think about dialogue. Look, we have initial response, and then choices. This could be considered a dialogue set. And so we would have another dialogue set here where if you said this thing, we have this response and these choices. I guess in this case we would have like 3 things. Dialogue systems are like their own minigame. I had a pretty good one that I made for like a choose your own adventure, an RPG, choose your own adventure. The problem is that is a little bit different than dialogue in some ways. And it was very hard to organize. It worked, it was very flexible, but very hard to organize. And I'm trying to think about it from like a data point of view, because it's very obvious to understand how a dialogue system should work from a high level understanding, but trying to figure out how it's supposed to be organized on a data level is... You don't choose your own adventure story right now in Twine. Actually, my dumbass thought it'd be a good idea to write a full combat system over a weekend in JavaScript. Yeah, I just think I prefer systems of employee-employee relationships that offer a lot of freedom to both sides. And it's kind of up to individuals whether or not they want to sign the contract. And so I think that my obligation as a human being that doesn't want to take advantage of others is to write very fair, understandable contracts. I'm not trying to abuse anybody, but I do want to protect my own ass as much as I want to protect everybody else's ass too. That's one of the reasons why we have like no crunch written into our contracts. That's something to protect the employers or employees, and something to protect me would be, clauses that enable me to. I don't even know. I don't even have an example right now, but same with our NDAs. They'll be very There's no cons in your contract. You know, our NDAs are going to be very minimal. They're just going to be like, hey, don't talk about like company financials or private employee information. Like, don't dox your own members. But if you want to say something, if you want to share your work that you're working on, like, just go for it. If you want to include it in your, I don't know, if you want to work on other projects in your free time, go for it. You're not going to have a non-compete. Or if anything, it would just be for games that are too similar to ours. Like, we'd prefer if you didn't work on your own alchemy game or for another alchemy game for another company, but anything else, go for it. So one of the ways that I broke this up in my previous game was that I considered these as pages and these as lines and then these as choices. So I would have a page made up of lines and choices, and then each thing would take you from page to page to page to page, right? It makes sense for a choose your own adventure. Maybe that is the better system to use. Maybe just using that, I'm trying to maybe oversimplify it. Iron Pod Chronicles. True. Hey, Luigi. What are my pages as queues? I'm trying to think if there's an easier way to do this, but I think maybe I'm trying to reinvent what I've already done. Maybe my stupid ass was unable to organize it because I'm not a narrative designer. Which is very, very likely. It's very possible, right? Like, I could show the system to a narrative designer and they'd be like, oh yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, I could work with it. Basically what Twine does. Ugh. So maybe I had it. Maybe I'm just trying to reinvent the wheel. I don't like the maps. I don't know. I'm like an Excel-based thinker. I'm very left-brained. Well, I'll show you what we had for our other. You know, this is what we had previously, or what I made previously, where we had pages, and these are made up of lines, and we could have different requirements for lines. And then we have different choices, and each of those choices had different requirements as well. To see them, different rewards, and then a target page ID that they went to, and then you could save choices based on that. And this did work well. And I might have an example. Hold on. Let me check. I think it's on my LinkedIn. View profile. CEO and King. God, I'm a CEO? How much money do I make as a CEO? Well, that's right, nothing. Rip. Wait, I don't have it on here? No. Don't have it on my LinkedIn, actually. Choose your own adventure latest. I don't know if this is the right one. Oh, That's what I called it. Oh my god, that's so cringy. Okay, so you can make your own characters, right? So we can just do here we'll do you girly bits. You can be whatever race, class, gender you want. What do you want to be? It is a title screen, right? I mean, this was many years ago. Keep in mind, this was uploaded like 4 years ago. I'm gonna be a rogue female, okay? Do I have a rogue? I do. You want to be human, or do you want to be something like something cooler? Dealer's choice, okay. You can be a half elf. You are a biracial species. Okay, you vote half. Okay, we'll do half. Halflings are a small, charming race living in the secluded Nander Hills to the north. They're commonly considered a race of thieves and backstabbers. Stereotypes. Although these prejudgments are not entirely unfounded, it is known to many criminals that the Thieves Guild is almost entirely halflings. Going for your kneecaps. Class info, it's only a crime if you get caught, or so rogues believe. Rogues move with the shadows, setting their eyes and hands on anything with it. Halflings have good, they do have good. Like you have language common 4, you have sneak 2, lockpick 2, and pick 2. Not bad. You probably want to be pretty high in dex. Do some constitution, a bit of intelligence. And charisma. Need charisma? Okay, so we'll bump down your smarts a bit and we'll get. I mean, this was kind of D&D-ish in some respects, I would say, but I'll explain a bit how this works. For D&D, I'm below average. So you had like your, oh my god, so you had your whole card of a bit attributes, traits, and skills, inventory, and items and stuff. So it was like a full RPG in this way. And you would have different responses to who you were. So this was kind of like a tutorial of how it worked. And you know, you'll have things like this. So answer me, thief. Like he specifically says that because on this page, which is here, he has different responses for races, right? We actually hide the responses for these other ones because you don't meet the requirements. Because you meet the requirements for race halfling, we show the answer me thief. And you have the ability to say, what did you call me? Because you are non-human. So it's like you had answers that responded to who you were and what you had. You could have people giving you, you know, prejudice based on or, you know, treating you differently or saying different things to you based on your race, your class, your level, different attributes, different skills you had, how much gold you even had on you. So some people might say, oh, you're not very wealthy, so fuck off. Different items. It was very, and I could have as many of these requirements as I wanted on either lines or choices. So it was a very, very free-form system. It was literally, you could write any character you want. You could really just do just about anything you wanted. Yeah, it would, it worked well. I even think, too, there's some elements of the... Also an adventure log for one choice. I think there are some elements in this tutorial where you will notice things about him if you have, yeah, trait concentration. No worries. Yeah, I think it worked pretty well. Let me get a character with concentration. Okay, this character, but See this. I remember where you noticed it. But then they were like, I made dialogue loops like this, so you could ask things, and it would go back to that page. This is like where you would learn more about the lore, and then you had the progression choice, which would lead you outside of that dialogue loop, so you'd be able to then move on with the story. This did work well, and you can see the pages down here, so there's like debug IDs for different pages. And then you would go on to the next one. Yeah, so I don't know. It was nice. It worked. It is a lot like Twine. I wanted to build my own kind of thing to that. You know, there might even be a. What do you think I named the level? Open. There was actually a level in this where you could design your own story. Like, I wanted to make an in-game editor to the story, so you could make your own stories within the game. And I never got done with that part of it. Because I was trying to write a tutorial story to pitch the idea, to test it all. But because I'm a really slow writer, I just can't get very far because I'm like, okay, I don't like how this sounded. I want to go back over this page. It's bad. It's terrible. I remember the map. Yeah, I don't remember what it was called. You can't like list maps. UE5 list all maps and yeah, I don't know. So maybe I'll just do what I did before and just we'll make this system. I do like making my own system. Yeah, I mean, to me it's just a challenge. It's a challenge, and well, I mean, I can't integrate Twine with Unreal, so I think this worked. And the good thing is I pretty much already have the data here and I know that it works and that it was very flexible. I mean, one of the things I wanted to make indicator was was like a skill system where you like did skills, earn XP, you level up in those skills. That's easy to buy, right? That's very easy to buy. But I like the challenge of making that myself just because then I learn how to do it. So I definitely get you. It's more fun that way. But there are other things that I definitely can't make that, like this weather system. There's no way in hell that I can make that, so it would take too long. Yeah, putting your own spin on it too. And you understand how it works because you were the one that made it, so if you need to modify it, if you need to change it in any way, you get it. We had a page. We had a story, but I don't think in this case we would need the story as much as we would need the page, which is lines, string ID. We did this thing with I could put line breaks in just by putting that as is line break true. We could just do it. Okay, like I'll just start with what I know. Start with what you know. Iterate on that. Oh yeah, the localization. That makes sense. See. We could still do rewards. I'll keep rewards out of it. We're gonna need reputate. We could do reputation change on the character for when a choice is said. The really sucky thing is I had a naming convention for how to write this. And I know it's at home, but I don't have it with me right now. Kinda sucks. I do have a version of it. You know what, maybe I do still have it. Yeah, I wrote like a whole naming convention for all of this. So that all the IDs, it was very obvious what they did just on first glance if you knew the convention and how to format the rewards for different types. And then different requirements. So we could do requirements for lines and for choice to show up based on race, class, stat, above or below, trait, above or below, item, if you had it or if you didn't have enough or you had too many, choices, gender. And then of course the writing would often integrate that into it for pronouns and stuff. So that it was a bit more personalized depending on if you chose male or female, if it was like yo bro or dude or dudette. And that was nice because it felt like you weren't just being talked to as kind of like a faceless character, but as if they actually kind of, you know, knew some things about you. I might do something similar here. Only problem for us is that it won't really work with our like voice acting unless we wanted to write 2 lines for each time you know, your gender was right. I think we would just not do it. It could work, but I guess it depends on budget. Data. Let's make a new one for story. We'll start with the lowest one of these. It'll be wire. E. Story requirement. We'll just throw a couple in here like choice. Character status. I mean, I just need placeholder ones for now. Just so it's not empty. Structure. Title string ID going to be a name. Story requirements is a array. Oh wait, that's got to be a That's gotta be a structure. ST story requirement. Type. Value. I think for this we'll do string. For the value, maybe we can do a sub value too, because there might be uses for that. And we'll have to parse the string in different ways depending on the type, so that should be easy to do without, you know, too much room for error, unless a type is wrong. But we can always throw errors in that case. What else do we have for? Is false threat. Yeah, I do like the false threat. That's useful for us basically saying, you know, it's a not logical. So we require anything but what we've stated above here. Okay, and the requirements will be array of story. Save choice ID can be a Reputation chain. Could be an integer. Target page ID is another. Okay, those are our choices. Do our lines. You know, maybe in the grand scheme of things, there is a better way to do the line breaks. Other than this. Because we essentially would just feed it no line ID, no requirements, put a line break. But if we want to be able to have very fine control over what shows up in the dialogue, I think we need to do it this way. Make it a nightmare for voice. No. Let's just all accept as a group. This is the first iteration of the, okay, this is the second iteration of our dialogue system, but the first iteration of the dialogue system overhaul. The fire. This would be line st store line array. Voice it. Lines. Okay, I mean, theoretically, we could make a data table now with the story. We have our lines, we have our choices. Oh, crash the editor. Sounds about right. Okay, obviously I would not wish to edit this in the... When you have like a lot of nested structures in Unreal, it's so edit. Good thing is we can export this as a JSON somewhere. And then we'll edit it in. Our editor here. Much better. So we could do rows in here as characters. About that. Well, one thing we need in pages. PJ. That way we could do row names as characters, and they are full of a bunch of pages. A separate thing is we could do pages here, or we could do stories here based on encounters. The issue with that is we wouldn't be able to reuse things. But it would be easier to know that we're editing a specific encounter, and so if there's an issue, we know exactly which encounter is being triggered here. That's an option. Let me export with requirements. You can see it. Yeah. No, it looks good. It looks good. We'll try it. We'll try it. We want to use the same string data table that we're using right now. We could break it up. We could do string table for stories specifically. What's our naming convention gonna be? I'm gonna use these anyway. Scene 1, page 1. Did it based on scenes. I think in this case we could do it based on Mage. Encounter 1. Page 1. Oh wait, that's supposed to be here. Trog Core. Love that. How's the outcome of the game looking like? We're making progress. We're making progress. Dialogue systems are very data heavy and kind of boring to watch, I think. Especially compared to like if we're an engine and, you know, placing some stuff, right?
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Oh.
Suicide is badass.
Wait. No. I love it. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Still lurking? Yeah, I think a lot of people just have me up as second monitor content. Somebody that they can listen to, not go crazy with whatever they're working on. I do the same. Would be E1L. I think in this case we wouldn't have any requirements. Let's see, export this. CSV. And confirm you're on my second. That's where I belong. There will never be a day where I belong on your first monitor. And if I'm there, you need to quickly move me over to the second monitor and pull something else up, like a game or some work. If I'm on your second monitor, that's where I belong. And if I'm muted, that's even better. Only one's co-working your GTA, exactly. I'm here to remind you that you're not as bad as you think you are. Because I'm worse. You reminded me I'm not doing work. That's how it is. I'm gonna call bullshit on that train of thought. I mean, I don't have imposter syndrome as much as I have. I don't really care how progressed other people are in their careers. I'm not saying this to like belittle you guys, right? It's not a you aren't doing well. It's a I don't want to think about how other people are doing because it doesn't really affect me. I like hearing other people's successes because it's motivating and it's good to share that love and that success and that joy. But I don't let that diminish my own thoughts of how I'm doing. Wow, he thinks we're shit. Yeah. That's exactly it. Unfollowed, unsubbed. We do L1 and C. Oh yeah, we just use some good writing rules. Counter 1 page. I'm a dumpster fire. You reminded me of that talk that I went to at Digital Dragons called Dumpster. It was the only one. I was so happy that I didn't have any meeting at that point. I could actually go see one of the lectures. And this one sounded fun. It was supposed to be just some stand-up comedy routine about how shitty the game dev industry is. And I was like, okay, you know, we can go in there, we can share a little bit of shared trauma, right? And talk about, I don't know, crunch culture and salaries or whatever, or the layoffs. I thought it would be that kind of thing, right? A little bit of dark, edgy humor about how, you know, we're just trying to get through the same shit together. And I was like 5 minutes late because I was talking to a colleague. And I get in there and they're just talking about how gamers hate women and there aren't any women in game dev and stuff. Just with these basic surface level Twitter, Reddit quality commentary and talking points. And it just wasn't funny. It wasn't funny and it wasn't even true. So I only stayed in there for like 5 minutes until I was like, this is a waste of my time. Who would be the... We'll have a loop back into its... That way I can test the system. That looks good. I mean, I really don't like people making it out like there aren't any women in game dev, or there's some deep-seated hatred by male developers towards females in game dev. It's even if it does exist, and I think it probably does exist, it's at such a minor level nowadays. I mean, half the people in that room were about. There's a lot of women in game dev in Poland, and a lot in general. Just every time I go to a conference, it's pretty equal.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture.
Nacho, thank you for the raid, man.
Combining our ingredients, making like one gigantic, delicious green pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
That's it. Welcome, welcome. It's big for game bed, but I run into definitely being the only girly bits in the room. Hey, Nacho. Hey, August, what are we up to? We're doing our story stuff. I've got some bare bones here. I want to test it with Alaric. We'll rework the UI for that.
Carol! Carol, I gotta talk to you about
Thank you, Nacho, for the follow.
What do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
Charlie Day is such a character. Where is it? Where's my UI for walking? No. Dialogue. Here we go. Initialize dialogue. Initial dialogues updated. Oh, we're doing a BPI, huh? That's pretty simple. We're gonna make that more not simple. Mine's a bit better. Okay. His return. Yeah, we're gonna be breaking the we're gonna be breaking the logic of this a bit. I mean, I think being the only, if you're the only man in a room of women, or you're the only woman in a room of men, I think it can be a little intimidating. Not in like a threatening way, but oftentimes there are just different ways of communicating, and it kind of takes you out of your comfort zone a little bit, which is, I suppose, a good thing in those cases. I don't like the premise that there aren't as many women in game dev because male game devs are gatekeeping. I don't really see that being true. And I think it's kind of, I don't know, it just isn't true. And so therefore it doesn't really make a good argument. Learn to read the room and you learn to talk less than you're comfortable. You're comfortable too. That's pretty much what I learned, yeah. If anything, the biggest issues that I've seen in game dev are with people who are... Different communication styles matter more than anything else. Where I have a lot of friends that the way that we talk with each other is sometimes by interrupting each other, not in like a mean-spirited way, but sometimes we jump to a conclusion ahead of time. And so we kind of like, we instinctually know when the other person has jumped to that conclusion and we move on and we let them speak. So I have had cases where, you know, some people that I've been working with, men and women, who are a bit more passive. And so they tend to easily get trampled under that kind of communication style. And I would say if you had to generalize, I do think that those kinds of communication styles are probably, it's more common that women are going to be in that situation where they're getting trampled, and men are more commonly the tramplers, just because of general personality trait distribution, right? Which is why one of the things that a lot of women can benefit from is from assertiveness training. I think everybody can benefit from assertiveness training, to be honest. Especially in game dev, it's just such a competitive industry where standing up for yourself and what you believe in is really. I mean, that goes for all of. I guess that's all of life, right? Also, this perception of needing to explain ideas over and over again. Sometimes people are auditory processors, and others just think you're an idiot. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That's 100% true. Yeah. What am I wanting to do? Where do we feed this into? We just directly call it on the elf. It's very hard-coded right now. Yeah, I agree. I wasn't really happy with the take either that gamers don't like women in games. I wasn't a fan of that. Also depend on the kind of relationship that you have with those men. If you were in a Femiki meeting? You were the only woman between your cousins. Oh, you mean like family meeting? You were the only woman between your cousins. you're probably used to that situation. But if you're talking of a scenario where all the people are unknown, that's true. That's 100% true. Familiarity is very important. I think too, you'll see with like a lot of juniors where they're less likely to speak up because they think that is confrontation, right? Speaking up is confrontation. And confrontation is extremely necessary in game dev and a lot of team related careers. And so juniors themselves are unlikely to speak up because they fear that the confrontation will lead to them being seen as confrontational, and they'll be, they won't be able to succeed, or they have a fear of being fired or disciplined in some way because of confrontation. It's really hard to teach out of a junior, but I think if you're consistent with it, you can end up teaching the junior to stand up for themselves and stuff like that. So yeah, it's like there's both a combination of like gender dynamics and how we communicate in our personality, generalizations, and then also like the hierarchy and people being afraid of confrontation in that way. This is hostility against women in a lot of team-based games. I've gotten to the point of not playing any competitive game with a mic because my own team will throw if they think the name isn't a joke. I hate the idea of throwing. Like, I really hate just anything with toxic. Any games with toxic environments, I really fucking hate, both as a gamer and a dev, because that's really something that the developers have to create and control themselves, and they're not, and they're just letting all the toxic people slip into it. And it's like, sure, there's toxicity towards men and women in different ways. I hate the idea that people throw the game, though, because of it. Like, sure, you're gonna run into an asshole, you mute their mic, problem solved, right? But purposefully making everybody else's experience worse, that's on a whole nother level. Has anybody seen, what's her name? The girl who like played Elden Ring with a dance pad and stuff like that. I forget her name. Like Mika or something. Either way, there's no way that I know of any dude that could go up against her in Elden Ring and win. So it's just a bunch of kids. It's just a bunch of kids that are like struggling with their sexuality and learning and going through puberty. It's the whole. It's kind of like the old school way of you used to like tug a girl's hair as a way of teasing, but guys didn't understand that physical teasing is not really seen as enjoyable by a lot of women. It's something that men do with other men. And I kind of feel like it's that kind of a childishness. And oftentimes, young boys will tease girls in that way because they like them, because they don't understand. They're processing their feelings for this girl that they like, and they think, well, doing, poking my male friends or pushing them or wrestling with them, that's how we bond as males. So of course that's how I'm gonna bond with this girl that I like. But I like Boundless and Fallout 76 because of the interaction systems. Yeah, I love Fallout 76. The community is great in that game. I think the community is really great. Yeah, it's super supportive. I love it. I think a lot of co-op games are that way. So, for instance, even really hardcore games like GTFO, that's got a great community just because you're playing with people who they want to help, they want to succeed, and they're not going to succeed unless they have a team of people who all same thing. So I think that you would also have a lot of cases in that game too where they don't really, all they care is, do you have a microphone? Yes, okay, perfect. Now we can communicate as a team and we can figure out a way past this level together. Deep Rock Galactic, I think, is really good in that way too. It's a cozy. It is a cozy game. It is a cozy game. It's fun. Initialize. We'd have to almost pull in a different set. Guess we could use this for now. I'm trying to call games like that cozy and see response to it negatively. I mean, there's a lot of people who, like, they say, oh, I'm a hardcore gamer. And so that they automatically now don't like any game that's cozy. Not realizing that there are more people playing cozy, relaxing games than hardcore ones.
Bullshit.
Ben Kick, thank you for the follow.
Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
Thank you so much, man. Welcome to the stream. Skyrim related is relaxing. Yeah, there are more people that play relaxing, casual games than there are hardcore games. And I'm not saying I don't like hardcore games. I love hardcore. I just don't like the gatekeeping that goes along with it. And I certainly don't like toxic communities. I just think that's ridiculous. Like the old school, you know, COD lobbies, it's fun. It exists. I don't mind that. You know, there's like a 4chan level of freedom to it that I kind of appreciate. I'm not going to engage with 4chan, but it's nice to know that it exists. I don't really want to engage with the COD lobby, but sometimes if you get a little bit drunk, it's really funny to go in there and just laugh at the chaos that's happening. But at the same time, give players a chance to, like, mute it if they don't want to hear it. And people throwing games just because there's a girl in their lobby, that's just so dumb. Yeah, old school COD was far superior this year's. It's moved on from toxic in a competitive way, right? Where you would just say, I don't know, like I had sex with your mom last night. Dad was watching and loved it. Like, you know, that's just kind of like, okay, whatever, haha, funny. And then you would go into the game and you just shoot each other, whatever. ACNL? What is ACNL? Microtransactions on COD is doing too much. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen a lot of weird stuff going on. Oh, Animal Crossing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't have a toxic community with Animal Crossing, right? I think in the elf though we'd have to have a PC. Weird scalpers and people abusing the visiting system just. What? What? And no report system. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I take it back. Oops, not that. Hey Ken, how you doing? Yeah, there are jerks everywhere. I think oftentimes you'll see just in like competitive games, you'll get people who do that types of shit in cooperative games, you'll get like much nicer cases. Which is why I play mostly cooperative games. I used to play like a lot of Battlefield back in the day, but then as we started to like turn from, I don't know, the old school way of playing multiplayer games to now the newer one, I'm not really, I don't really have any interest in playing like Fortnite and Valorant and Apex. Overwatch, I don't know, I miss my objective team-based games like Battlefield, where I had a team, we worked together, we were very cohesive and communicated well, and you know, we changed the game, and there was still toxicity, but I miss Left 4 Dead. Yeah, I mean Left 4 Dead as well. Left 4 Dead's great. Left 4 Dead had some toxicity too, but it wasn't that bad. It was usually people thinking that they could just run ahead of everybody and do things on their own, and on harder difficulties. That didn't work. I didn't even try Back 4 Blood because I heard of how bad it was. Or realistic is to do networking using blueprints. I mean, it's possible. You just, you know, replicate things. It's built in. I think you can do it with blueprints only. Yeah, Left 4 Dead is really good. Even moved to third. I mean, I deserve it. I'm just talking. I'm not even getting work done anymore. So I do deserve it. I have significant worries about this dialogue system working anyway. But we're gonna see. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna learn. I don't care how long it takes. I want to do it right. Like I'm running through the logic as I'm piecing it together here, and there are some problematic things. You're just right. The fuck is that? I'm gonna Google Translate that. That seems... Read the text with your phone number. I heard you last night, Peter. I'm not going to time you out, Gearfast, and the reason is this is really entertaining, and I would love to see more of what you type. You know, keep it coming. I appreciate it. But if you want to know, I didn't receive any texts last night, and my name isn't Peters. Yeah, there's nothing. Let me see. I don't understand anything. I'm French. I'm being stupid. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. You do what you need to do, bro. Look, I have French friends. I get it. I understand. I've worked with a French publisher before. I definitely would not say they were very smart. I am being a little harsh on the French, right? But they're the French, okay? Alright, I'm just teasing. I'm teasing. They would. If there's one thing I've learned about the French, they hate themselves. It doesn't speak. Okay. Hopefully that works. Hey, look, I wish I could speak any French, but I don't speak any French. I don't eat snails either. This is a very productive day at work here. Oh, he's a teenager. Apparently he's a teenager. No, it's fun. Why not? Why can't we do this? There's another French guy. You can talk to him. You guys can talk in French in the chat for a while. Get a bread one. What does that mean? I'm gonna cause a lot of people. Here we go. I did it. Done it now. Oh, he's gonna hate me for that. Oh, this is a French stream now, guys. We've transitioned languages. Maybe it's kind of ridiculous, but actually, I really like hearing Americans in Poland. It's really funny for me. Well, the baguettes are invading. It's really funny for me to hear other Americans here because it's almost like I know that I could talk to them and they would kind of like understand. You know, you have that shared culture and language. There we go. Better. To Brussels and learn that people shorten please to BP. What? Honey? Okay, we kind of shove all the dialogue set data into update NPC details, initial dialogue setup. Details is please. Language barrier. The cool thing is between English and French, there are a lot of similarities. You know, there's a lot of shared words between in English and French. You're not starting off from complete nothing. You might be able to listen to something. What? What am I supposed to say? I mean, maybe Gearfast is interested in men? We'll just skip updating NPC details for now. What we'll do is just focus on the initial dialogue setup of the response box and options box. That would be a bit easier. We could also just send it lines and choices, but we'll see how well that works. Thank you, Gear Fast. Merci. Un, deux, trois. That's all the French I know. Full dialogue. Full dialogue data in reading. Ocean's hit threshold index. I mean, our story doesn't really... Lines we could link up to score. Story requirements. Do potions. You just have to explain your name. I mean, what is your name in reference to? Is it actually in reference to what it sounds like it's in reference to? Yeah, I do want this. The story sounds interesting. I'm very curious. Extended page. Story page. Played a bunch of games and kept being told come back when your balls drop because I have an alto voice. I have a weird singing range. I was made fun of my singing range in school. I sung a lot. Was in a lot of choirs. I'm gonna screw up a lot of stuff. I had to tell them that I'm a girl, so I figured this was the only way that the only thing they cared about, it would be the only thing they knew about me. At least they'd insult me correctly. Did it help? It's a pretty funny story. And people either think I'm some edgy dude or they get the message. Okay, that's fair. That works. About how many weird messages do you receive every week for playing games? I've always been curious about that. It's like, guys, no, you're not gonna receive shit. But I hear horror stories. Exceptionally low, really? Okay. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. You know what that means, men. Discord communities, mainly because I clap back in response, but that's a good thing. I imagine some Discord communities are better than others too. Be cutthroat and keeping my friends list full of quality people. I'm only cutthroat about keeping my meme library full of quality memes. Quality GIFs. This is not relevant. Farmer, yeah, exactly. It ain't much, but it's honest work. I don't really know what inspired me to make it. Like I don't know. I guess maybe I've always kind of been around nature. Always enjoyed exploring and adventuring. Like I was a Boy Scout, so it was always just, we were always doing something or another, and canoeing down rivers or camping in the snow, doing stuff in the summer. And I think ever since moving to the city, I've started to miss that connection with nature. And I think that nature has a very strong ability to heal people on like a, if we want to get into it, like a spiritual level. It's very natural and intuitive for us. We're in an area with honeysuckle and violets. I get the need to pick it and do something interesting with it, that's fair. Yeah, I don't know, I think making a game where I can get people back in touch with nature a bit and inspire those kinds of cozy, relaxing feelings. Yeah, it needs trees, exactly, yeah. Oddly enough, I advocate for getting away from screens as much as possible, especially for kids, which is weird when I spend so much of my time in front of screens. But we can just say I'm a hypocrite. We need to build the tip. There's a line on hippie to be vibes, but there's an amount of nature uses, vibrations, sound waves, and chemicals that just connect you. I'm on the fence about. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you would make fun of hippies back in the day because they were a little weird. I guess I approach it from more of a, if I believed in anything like spirituality, because I'm not religious. I don't have a problem with religion, as long as it's not extreme. And I connect more with the idea of spirituality, of this connection between our innate biology and instincts and what feels natural for us because of that. And we have so much evolution toward poured into being around nature and very little of it around being concrete and bricks and civilization, that I think it's still very foreign to us on a spiritual level to be around so much of it. And that by and large, most humans, if they're put into a natural environment, it's probably better for them on like a chemical level with their brains. I don't know. Like having bare feet and walking in the grass. The smell of nature, the sound of like a river. I don't know. Kind of like Shinto concept of mitama. Yeah. Yeah, there's a really, yeah, I would just say yes. Like some things are inherently spiritually cleansing or dirtied. Yeah, I could get down with that feel. And I mean that's different for each person, of course, but for humans, I still think nature is just the place where we belong. This is no. Page data. Oh, we can. Rich. One of the spam bots. Or that follow. I blacklisted things that they say. It's a weird bot. They say some really weird things. To that, yeah. Say like I don't remember what it was. It was something about chaos and peace and something about gambling and that things are bad. I don't know. I don't remember what it said. It was really weird. I don't know why they exist, but they are still doing their thing, it looks like. I'm gonna test your no. For you low viewers, get them here. Twitch bans some really weird things. So I was watching a creator called Jabo, and he was playing Two Worlds game, Two Worlds, and they have some rank in that game called Grand Wizard, and of course, if you know anything about the rank of Grand Wizard, that is a rank in the Ku Klux Klan. And apparently, if you type that in Twitch, it bans it. It also bans a couple of the other ranks of the KKK, which is, it's very niche. And some of these are actually words that you could, like the ranks that could exist in fiction and other fictional things that people don't know about. It's very weird that they're filtered to such an extent. I forget what the other ones were. There was one other that was filtered. It's a very weird thing to search in Google. It's such a weird organization. Oh, I think it was I think Grand Sentinel is blocked on Twitch. And maybe Nighthawk was as well. But the thing is, like, Nighthawk, I didn't know about, personally. I didn't know about that rank in the KKK. And I feel like Nighthawk could exist in a game as like a faction. It's a router brand too. Well, see, you just typed it and it didn't get axed. But I'm pretty sure if you typed Grand Sentinel or Grand Magi, it might. Which is kind of weird because I was like, some of these could exist in. I mean, you won't get banned. It'll just like automod is gonna hit you, and I'll have to allow it. But same thing, like ghouls is a thing, but I think that's okay to type. You can type ghouls in. What a weird ranking system. It's like a D&D. It's like the most toxic D&D campaign list of factions.
Guys, you gotta think about this as a
Hey,
business
Crossy.
venture. All right, the three of us combining our ingredients, making
How you
like
doing, man?
one gigantic, delicious green pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
Maybe I will close the AKK titles and vocabulary Wikipedia page now and get back to working. Like some of these, if you ignore the context around some of these names, it's actually the ranks are kind of interesting. Like 7 Furies, the 12 Terrors, Exalted Cyclops, Great Type. Like this is really the most toxic, offensive D&D campaign ever in existence. Is the KKK. Someone added probably. Yeah, it was certainly an accident. It wasn't bannable. It was just like automod is gonna filter your message, and then mods will have to approve it. Okay. Raptor takes. Yeah, I do have some hot. I'm not saying that the KKK is good, guys. I'm just saying that some of their ranks have cool names. It really makes you wonder where it was inspired by. Wait, what? Just saying, yeah. I don't even remember how we got talking about this. It's certainly something. It strings of fun. Should be able to input a depth. Don't name your stuff overly edgelord, dumb, racist people. Already thought of it. That's about it. That's exactly it. I couldn't have said it any better. You give it a D. Okay. Really? I can't give it a default? Fine, I'll just update it, whatever. So many. There's so many uses. It's so mad, so much more than I thought it was. God damn it. I just need to do it. I just need to do it once. Suck it up. I believe it. I mean, it won't take too long. It's just, I just set it to the string table and move on. Also, the game we're making is called Cauldron Chronicles, an alchemy game set in a stylized 3D open world. Thank you, Moobot. There were some ways around it, but I just don't care. Currently 3 a.m. God, that is 3 a.m. Like probably Central Standard Time or East Coast. EST. Oh, you're even further. Okay. You'll be focused once I no. It's nice talking to you guys. Like, I'd rather have fun doing what I do than saying, "Oh, guys, don't distract me. I'm losing my distraction." Making a game. Jesus Christ! What is this? When did I make this? What is this cancer? Oh, I don't animate on stream. Fair enough. Ordering shit on Amazon and not blocking. Yeah. That's pretty accurate. I really miss Amazon. There's Amazon in Poland, but it's really expensive. Found somewhere in here, but I'm too tired to find it. No worries, if you need to sleep, it's cool. I really appreciate you hanging out. And thank you for the follow as well. And for the gift sub that you received. Yeah, I hope we get to talk again. Take care, sleep well, and no sleep grind points. No sleep must play RuneScape. Numbers must go up. I'm gonna set up nodes in or printing too. We can all blueprint together and share our love, passion for creating bugs that we then have to fix ourselves. Shit, different day. Yeah, the nodes are fun too. I'll have to check it out. I'm kind of an old person at this point, though. I deny anything that is new and fresh. Because then I'd have to face the idea that maybe I'm not doing things as well as I thought I was. Tuxedo mask. Yeah, take care, girly bits. Option. Do. Check out, pose. We are not even halfway done. This will be a lot better because I was just shoving it all into one string file before, so now I can. This will allow me to break it up a bit, have different string files. A bit better for performance. It's negligible, but still. I think that was all three from here. Oh, it's the ingredient info panel. I was like, what the fuck is this massive function? It makes sense now. It is a lot. It's a lot of grabbing data. I think it's just it looks more complicated than it is. The same principles. What do you mean? Gates stuff like that. It's a bit. Yeah, I mean there's some of that. I mean, for instance, like this handles biome icons, right? So we need to grab which biomes the ingredient is found in, and then for each of those, we need to create an icon. We need to create the tooltip for it, which is this. We then need to search the database of biomes for the icon, and then set the icon from that. So, like, you know, and that's just for those icons. Then we do the same thing for light requirements, and that's very similar. Pretty much the same thing, and then the same thing for seasons. So it kind of just... It looks like it's doing a lot, but really it makes sense logically. There's a little bit of stuff with effects. It's for identifying the correct file to express. Yeah, so like right here we're looking through the light requirement database. You can see here. LQ, full light, partial darkness. Partial light and then darkness. We have these three icons, and then we're going through each of the light requirements in data. Like we have an ingredient, lavender for instance here, and it has full light. So it's going to go through the array, in this case it has one index, match it up with the icon and then set and build that icon. And so when you have that, we can use the exact same panel here on the right and just change its, ignoring errors because I'm mixing it up. So this way we can use the exact same panel for displaying a variety of information. A lot of errors. Getting that fixed. Well, thank you. It's just like, this is my forte, right? It's like making data-heavy things and then processing that data. That's what I love. So this kind of looks really intimidating, but it's just broken up into sections of, okay, we have that panel of icons, 3 different types of icons. So here's 1, 2, 3, and we also do some processing of, if the array is empty, then we need to create some dummy ones for spacing purposes to make CC into an Excel sheet. And then process its ingredients as well and display different colors. Big page is just for showing the current icons. That one was for building the entire panel of the ingredients. So some stuff is easy because we can just immediately look it up. Like the name of the, I think that's just a string, so we just string in, done. This we need to go through each of the things in the arrays for the biomes, the light, and the seasons, and same with effects. And then we need to determine if the effect is positive or negative and make a different color. Flavor just changes this is a slider, so we just change the position of the icon, and we change the number. I think that's my longest function. Or outcome of the potion will be an average. So the outcome of the potion is, yeah, in flavor it's an average of all of the flavors combined and then averaged. For the effects, it's a little bit different. So you need to have at least 2 of the same effect in the cauldron for that to be in the potion. So you would need 2 different ingredients with the same effect. And then it takes the highest common tier. So if you have a, let's say restore health 1, 2, 3, it's going to be 1. If it's going to be 2, 2, 3, it's going to take 2. If it's 3, 1, 3, it's going to take 3, right? The genotypes, yeah. And then flavors averaged. Effects are, you know, more like Elder Scrolls in that way, where you need to have the common. And you can mix and match any kinds you want. So you can create like a Frankenstein potion that just does really weird positive and negative effects. Or you can do one that's all positive or all negative. Very freeform in that way. It's a lot of data. I don't know where we do the Cauldron calculation. Probably in the alchemy table. Update potion. Yeah, this one's a lot of math. And also some band-aid fixes. What's the checker? Bait cool. Wherever, I don't know. No idea what's going on. I mean, sometimes I don't have any idea. I'm like, what the fuck does this do? That's because I don't put enough comments on my work. What is this build ingredient tooltip? Okay. I assume it works because I haven't seen a bug with it, so. That's what I operate on. Not the way that you should do it, but that's the way that I do it. I'm pretty sure my potion score, that was tough. I think it's not this one. Yeah, this one is my biggest one. It was a lot of math. A lot of checks. And that's how we determine if the potion that you gave the NPC is what they were looking for, and then we apply some bonuses and penalties for things that was on the potion that they weren't expecting. So if they wanted like a restore health potion, you gave them the health potion, but it also included, I don't know, some debuff to their stamina. You know, we would penalize that according to its tier. And if the client didn't want it on there, because maybe the client just doesn't care, they only cared about the restore health. And then we give it a numerical score, and we use that numerical score to determine their success or failure in their quest. So it has the effect of rewarding alchemists who put more time and effort into making the perfect potion for that case. And if you're more nonchalant and you throw some debuffs on there because who gives a shit, you will be penalized for that, and it could result in a different outcome for the NPC. One's a lot of math too. Oh, this is the one for showing you what the outcome of the potion would be. So yeah, there's a lot of math we have to do. Every time you put an ingredient in or take one out, we have to recalculate it. So this runs every time you throw something in there or take it out. A lot of space here. We're almost done. Whatever happened to Jeremy Sewell? Gotten like some controversy or something and then kind of faded out of existence. And Bethesda doesn't work with him anymore because of it. But I forget if that was ever substantiated. Jeremy Sewell, the composer for Elder Scrolls. Point. Sexual misconduct out. Accused of rape but without the G. I mean, so some people made some accusations, he denied them, and that's about it. That's about all that came from them. So that, I guess there wasn't any substantiation to it. I think that's all of them updated. Yeah, I think we're okay now. Okay, and this is what we were back at. We were looking for strings story, and we want to build the text, the display. So get text to display. And string to it. Base after. We don't have requirements yet, so I'm not going to worry too much about that at the moment. And completed it. I think we need to trim and trim trailing. Me and 2 Minecraft streams and glass. Shit. What class are you in? HT activated. Pretty funny. Without taking patients into account, factoring in their own personal circumstance. What does that mean? I want a holistic approach. What does that mean? I mean, I think that they're... Kurwa. Well, we could start with that. Patient has a past of drug abuse and they're expressing sign of pain. It's about thinking if they're chasing drugs or if they're just in pain. And avoiding unconscious bias and prejudice. Sounds complicated, but it's not. Okay. What is unconscious bias and prejudice? And how do you avoid it if it's unconscious? I'm gonna move. Wait. The juxtaposition gratification, but medicine. No. That's funny. Alright, Blue Deep Boy, you're coming with me. Natural assumptions. So they're conditioning our brains to think of things at face value and factoring in things that way. What kinds of things? You just talk with him right off the bat, right? Error, no string. I accept this. This is true. There are no strings here. Easiest example of unconscious bias. Yeah, I mean, stereotypes probably don't matter for for a nurse or doctor, like in the medicinal field. I think that there are some cases where you could make a case. for stereotypes. There's my hot take for the day, right? Wait, story. I guess stereotypes is the wrong way to put it. There are cases though where like the data lines up. And if you had data to support that, let's just say 80% of people in a room had a knife in their pocket. I mean, would you not then stereotype, okay, so if on average 80% of people have a knife in their pocket, that means that 80% of the people that we choose from any lineup of people randomly will have knives in their pocket. What if I have 80% of a knife? That's a good question. Good question. I think society has to answer that as a whole. You do need to think about the 20%. You're right. Yeah, we can't punish the 20%, or I don't really believe in punishing the 20% for the. I use crimes here just because it fits kind of thematically. The crimes of the 80%, right? That's why I believe in like individualism. I don't like to be parts of groups, and I don't like to see people as parts of groups. And I'm not a big supporter of groups because groups are comprised of individuals and everybody's got their own take on it, especially if the group doesn't have a unified goal. And especially with political groups, right? If they don't have a unified goal and set of desires that everybody in the group is working for, that makes me even more suspicious, because now it's just everybody gathering under an umbrella, and they might be really extreme, they might be really timid, non-extreme, which is why I hate supporting groups, because they're full of all over the place. If that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense. Shut up. That's good. That is a good thing. This is a test line 1, and it did show up. True. And now if I add in more lines, let's see. 2. Where to import that in. Work, and there should be a space between them. That's the important part. We will see. Yes. Okay. Now, if I do a line break, how will this look? see my error. I see my problem. Yep. Progress. Progress, okay. This will inevitably be expanded upon, especially once we start adding requirements. Looks like he was ready to fight something. Yeah, I was ready to fight myself. I'm ready to fight you, chat. I could take you. We shouldn't fight chat. Too many people fighting in the world. Let's just love each other. Let's get naked. That kind of went. I went from 1 to 100 pretty quickly.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Okay, choices will be. I just want to rewrite this. There's not a lot here. Initial. Yeah, I'll just rewrite. Except for the clear children, because we still want to do that. Okay. Completed Minecraft and class, nice. Fuck yeah, bro. I saw something really depressing today. Oh god, it was something on Twitter, because I think Opera GX was doing like a top 100 songs in game or something, or soundtracks. Not looking at mic. Fuck you. One day you will have placed your last block without realizing it. That's in relation to craft. Yeah, right? Like shit. I think I need to log back into Minecraft. Place log, yeah, I bet you do. And you stand up and you cut it with your own pee. Oh. That was South Park. It was a log. That was their, yeah, the logging episode, overlogging. Bricked up constantly. Create widget. Dialog option. what did I call it? Initialize option. Option number equal to index plus 1. Easy. Option text. Get string. We don't need to worry about any of this right now. We will do that when we come to it. Target page ID. That will be something we have to send over to the dialogue option. Have response ID. We'll change this to oh fuck. What is all this? Okay, there's a lot of shit here. That's... I might just rewrite all this too. Target page. For now, that's okay. Set, and now we need to add to widgets. Add child. We don't have the strings in there yet. Fun. Voices. Done. Voice for page 1. We duplicate. We'll just make I just want to test multiple choices. Make sure it's all looking fine. We'll just go to the same place. Choice 1 or pick. Okay, they're not going to go anywhere right now. They won't do anything. Unhook this. But they should show up. Yeah. Okay. Progress. The deeper aspects will come when we start to add requirements and we start to fill this up with data. Now let's make the options actually do something. Let's make them switch pages. I'm gonna just put all this in the side here. Old. Because we're gonna have a whole new system for everything here. Or I don't mind having to write it again as long as I know that I'm putting it in the right spot with the new system. Okay, unreleased dialogue option. We need to... What? Is this from a BPI? Being called directly. Hold on, I want to see something. There's no exit button to this. Where'd my X button go? What controls that? Or dialogue set is equal to mage 1. Yeah, this is a... This needs to be reworked. It's all hard-coded for... Okay. Just make it visible whenever. I'll fix this up. I'm taking a hammer to everything with it. Fuck it all. I could. I'm not against doing it that way, but I also, I don't know. It would be cleaner. We'll see. I might do some stuff with that. I at least want to keep some of the old code around just so I can remember what was being done before. If there were any certain acts I had to do. A good portion of this will just be replaced. And then once it's working, I can delete it all. That's... It might not. Let us... I have a string for this second. That accidental or that is It's just I don't have a big for it. Okay, I mean, that is working. That is perfect. You have no logic hooked up to any of this yet. Doesn't really do anything, but we do have dialogue pages. We do have modular lines. We could try to push in, at the very least, push in old information about Alaric into here and use that as a stepping stone to move forward. Where's my crosshair not square? It's scrunched up. Weird. I like that before. I don't know. Okay. That is progress. Made progress. However, pretty much all of our logic is broken now with the tutorial, so we can't do anything with the tutorial. I can't still be able to give him potions. But either way, let's work on getting this sorted out. And at the very least, try to get his initial dialogue with you set up. That's the goal. Okay. Well, modularity can increase development time in a lot of cases, especially with prototyping. That isn't possible. If we had chosen to make the modular system, we wouldn't have gotten done with our playable. We wouldn't have had it ready for pitching. Now we have the time to make it modular. Yummy. Okay, this is his initial ingredient. Well, theoretically, we should break this up into 2 lines. It is these 2 lines. If we know that there isn't going to be if there isn't supposed to be anything else here with this line, there aren't any requirements, it's never going to be different, we can just keep it in 1 line. That's okay. Yeah, that's okay. Do it that way. Let me export this to B. The good thing is that previously when I was doing my Choose Your Own Adventure game, you know, it's a book, it's a story, so you had quotations that you had to put in there, and of course you can't do quotations when you have CSV because that's supposed to denote the source string here. So I had to use the line symbols. Oops. What did I press? I had to use a find and replace to quotation marks. It was obnoxious. Technically, there isn't a second line to this, so I don't need to do anything with that. Third choice in there. And we're going to try to do the huge cookie. How you doing? I'm going to make the third choice actually part of a different page for him, or we're only going to make it show up if you've already asked him what kind of potion you're looking for. And according to our writing rules, that is a choice. Okay, so we did like R for race, C for class, S for... D8, then choice. So technically... a C3, C8. The choice ID will be asked mage about potion 1. True. Or underscore. Bit long, but it is technically what we want. So there will be a third option here. This is the ID. And the saved choice ID, this value will be I promise you, you're gonna see what nightmare this is to organize. Even though it does work. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just like I have a trouble visualizing this and how to organize it. Okay, choice requirements. Let me re-import that. What did you send me, Lazy Fangs? Can I look at this on stream? I see boobs. 50-50. What am I looking at? I'm gonna opt not to show this on stream. Depends if you like boobs. For the sake of this stream, I'm gonna say I don't like boobs. It is pretty cool. I know somebody that would like that. I'll send that to them. I'm a boobs hater. You have boobs in chat? Get out. This is a zero boobs zone. I'm pretty excited because after we finish Better Call Saul, my fiance is. We alternate things to watch because we can't decide upon anything. So this is how we decide: is that we first pick we first pick a list of things that we want the other person to watch, and then we alternate choosing from that list of the thing that seems most interesting to us, and then we watch that thing. So previously it was I think she on her list she had Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, so we watched that. I chose that seemed the most interesting to me, so we watched that. And oh yeah, before that, she chose from my list Breaking Bad because that was what seemed most interesting to her. I've let her choose 2 times in a row because she wanted to watch Better Call Saul, and so I let her choose 2 times in a row. But now next she's chosen from my list The Wire, and I'm very excited for that because The Wire. If you guys haven't seen The Wire, it's an exceptional TV show, considered one of the best. We're watching Parasite. Live action adaptation of Parasite the anime. Oh, interesting. Is it good? Did they finally get live action correct? It's different, weird, okay. Watch the anime. I'm really behind on Dungeon Meshi. I gotta catch up with that. I got behind when I was preparing for Digital Dragons and stuff, and now it's like I'm like 6 or 7 episodes behind. So this should mean that when the player selects the second choice, which will be what kind of potion are you looking for, it will save that has been asked. It'll save this choice ID with this value. And then we can determine whether or not to show this choice based on that choice value and sub value. We don't have the pages set up for the answers just yet. I can do that. That should be pretty easy. Like page 2 will be the, you know, what's your story? Now the cool thing is that if we want, we can how do we do that? No, for now I won't worry about that. Again, if we know that there's not going to be anything specific here that will change, we can just put this as the entire line here. And for now, the choice one for page 2 will just be go back. We're gonna have to iterate on this. It's all coming back to me. All like the struggles and problems that I had in making this system in the first place and making it seem good, it's all coming. I remember now. I remember. It's fine. This is a 3-year game with a full team, so I can accept that things probably aren't ready before we even have our first playable done. I can accept that the dialogue system will need to undergo more iteration and changes. Just game dev. Page 3. Page 3, line 1, page 3, choice 1. This will be what kind of potion are you looking for? AI can draw, why can't it 3D model yet? I've seen 3D modeling from AI. And it's really bad. It's like okay-ish. But then you have like a couch with like a billion polys. So true. Didn't think about it that way. This should work because it's rich text, so it should be okay to throw this in there. We'll see. Page 4, one page. And these will all lead back to page 1. Yes, this should go page 2, this to page 3, this to page 4. Now, the only two things we need to do to make this work properly are set up a way to save these choices, which I probably will just throw into the game instance. I think. As a map of names to strings. Yeah, the map could work. I mean, it's not too difficult either just to do, if I really wanted to do 2 arrays, and then just use the index from the found item in the first array to match with the second. The map is just harder to work with. It's harder to edit during runtime. So I can add choices to it, but if I want to edit an existing choice, it's a little annoying. Whereas, you know, with an array, I could just directly edit by reference. Yeah, I mean, I don't need to edit keys. Editing values could still be a problem. Well, it's the same in Unreal. It doesn't want to change it by reference for some reason. We had that issue with something we used it with recently. It was something on Friday. I'm pretty sure I can't edit the value easily. What was I working on last that we had that problem? Something we set up. No, you see, you need to understand that blueprints are their own bag of cheese. And it isn't always working in your favor. Oh, it was the spawning. Okay, we did something with the spawning. Yeah, all coming back. Available state. Oh, that's how we did it, yeah. We found the index, we removed the index from the map. And then we added it back in with the new value. but it worked. Because I couldn't directly change the value. I can get the value, but then not the values. Fine. But then I wasn't able to change this by reference. A pointer. It wouldn't let me change the value in memory of that. I can't make a map of pointers. That's the thing. I'm pretty sure I can't. No. The way it works in Unreal is that you can grab something by reference, right? A pointer to it, and edit it. But because this grabs a copy, this is a copy. So I can set by reference, but I'm setting by reference the copy that's being run during this function. So it doesn't change it. So maps are really hard to work with in blueprints. Whereas if I had two arrays, I could then just get a reference to that index in the array. But then of course you have a lot of, you have errors. It's prone to errors because if anything gets fucked up in the ordering, then you're grabbing the wrong thing for forever. So yeah, I can do it. I can do it this way where I just remove the index and then I re-add it. It doesn't really matter what position it's in as long as it's there. So yeah, I mean, this is probably the way. Good stuff. Is add map the key already exists? Okay, I'll check that out. I don't work with maps that much, so I will give that a shot. Add map. Of course, it's what the fuck is add map. Okay, I'll look into it. That would help. I'm biased against maps with nodes just because you have so little control, and I don't like having to grab. I don't know. They're kind of annoying to work with. I mean, I love the idea of them, but like from a blueprint aspect, they just seem really clunky. Better for things that you don't want to change during runtime. Good for things that like for quickly matching data. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how fast map lookup is compared to finding an item in an array. I'd be curious. I mean, the hashing, but I mean, if I'm using names, I think names are already hashed. Like, F names in Unreal are already hashed. So, would doing a find in an array, let's just, even if it's the array of like 10,000, a map hashes it regardless, but if I have to do a name to string, which is exactly what my map would be, I'd just really be curious. I mean, at a certain point, like you said, if it's under a certain number, it's not even going to be performance difference. But I'd still like to know it, just because it's kind of like my curiosity is wondering. I can do a find in an array. And if F names are hashed by, in the engine, And maybe I could. All I know is the fname variable is hashed. So I wonder if doing find item in an array of fnames is fast. I have no idea. And then we'd have to ask an engine programmer. Yeah, I mean, like you said, it just doesn't matter in this case, but... There's add. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, it says it there. Just confusing. I work with arrays all the time. So... Because yeah, I was trying to do it the array way, which is just editing it by reference, which is, you know, nice and quick. What was I doing now? Oh yeah, we were looking for some way to store it. Okay. I do like my references. A lot of basic stuff is by value. Name. Voices. Names to string. Should be what we want. If there's a C sharp, is there a C dole? No, there isn't. There should be. There is a B, is there? Fuck me. I could throw, you know what, I should throw these in the function library. That'd be smarter. Why? What's the issue? Three days early access, $80. Day 1 DLC. Right. Yep. Yep. They're fucking you even harder because you can either play this on the weekend or you can have a whole week of work and very little time to play until 5 days more when you can finally play it on the weekend. Fuck you. You want to play game? You want to enjoy our game? Fuck you. You didn't give us enough money to enjoy our game. Eat a bag of dicks, player. New follower alert. Yeah, I wouldn't trust it either. Don't you remember back in the day when we could actually get excited for when we saw trailers? Like when we watched E3, we could see trailers and get excited. And there wasn't really a lot of drama that went on in gaming. And if anything, it was related to like how a game, maybe it was a little clunky, maybe there was a weird story decision. That was the biggest drama. Nowadays, it just feels like there's drama in the gaming community every single day, and we can't even get excited for new trailers because most of the time the trailers are mocked up bullshit or just cinematic bullshit. It's absurd. Absurd. By the way, I saw some news recently, obviously fake news, that Microsoft was supposed to buy out Valve at 16 billion, which is so obviously fake. I can't believe people fell for it. It's such a lowball offer for the largest PC gaming platform. Think about it this way, yeah, exactly, right? I mean, I was thinking the same thing, where Bethesda, Microsoft acquisition. This was what? $7.5 billion for one company. Has a family of companies, sure, but still. Activision Blizzard acquisition. 68, let's just say about $70 billion for Activision. Valve made $13 billion in 1 year in revenue in 2021. And you think that this company is valued at $16 billion? Really? That low? Valve has $10 billion in equity as of 2019. Meaning after all of their liabilities and their debts, they have this much money. This company is making nearly as much as that acquisition value per year. It would at least have to be an offer of 250 billion, or it would be one of the most expensive acquisitions in history. So no, there's no way in hell 16 billion is going to be able to buy out Valve. So dumb. Yeah, they do. I mean, it's so much money. It's an absurd amount of money that goes into it. And again, too, I don't know what type of corporation Valve is, but actually, let me see. It's either a C corp or an S corp, and I don't know which one. It's not an LLC. C corp. Operates from its owners. I do not know. All I know is that Gaben holds over 50% of the stock in Valve. They would have to buy him out and then buy out the other shareholders. And this is a company that owns multiple technologies and probably some smaller companies. I mean, it would be, even if it got past the legality stage of monopolies, right? Because you could make a case that Microsoft buying this, they now own a monopoly on pretty much every PC gaming platform that means anything. It would be so much money. I don't even think Microsoft has that much money. What are their financials? Their net income is 22 billion. Yeah, I'm gonna call a lot of bullshit, and they would have to spend multiple years worth of net income to even potentially afford buying Valve. It ain't happening. Most expensive app. The most expensive one was apparently at 183 billion, 334 billion adjusted for inflation. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Valve would be the top one. And that's even if Gaben allowed. He would not. It's a private company. I mean, Gaben literally is the company. Why would he ever remove that power and control that he has? He has the best possible scenario. Nobody can tell him what to do. He can push gaming in a direction that he wants and make the games that he wants. And he has enough money being made from his service that he can spend as much time making those games and do whatever he wants with them. And they're guaranteed to sell like hotcakes because it's Valve. Almost guaranteed. I don't know if selling Valve would be for the good of mankind. I think letting Valve go to Microsoft would be for the worst of men. You guys think that eventually enough gamers will get fed up with all this like bullshit 3-5 day early access or whatever the fuck it is? You know, another 20 or even more dollars. You think that's just a fad that's being used, or will it eventually die out? I think it will die out because it was being used for a couple of games that I think it could succeed at because those games were so hyped. But there are a lot of games where that might not work. Always be whales. I mean, will always be whales. True. It is psychology being explored. Just sad. Very sad. As a game designer, I can understand it on like a core level. Because I think exploitation has a negative connotation to it. Manipulation kind of does too, although manipulation is, I think, more neutral. You know, it's like game design is just about manipulating emotions. Advertising is about manipulating emotions. It's all the same thing, just different goals, right? My goal is entertainment, their goal is money. I believe entertainment can lead to money, and therefore I'm willing to jump through that hoop instead of just going directly for money. Hey, Yumio. There'd be a reason to not do it, so yeah, nope. Everyone does it now, the backlash holds no weight. Needed to have been pushed back in the beginning. Maybe. That could be true. Also, welcome to the chat. Good choice. We need to integrate this into the building of choices. Primarily, we need to integrate it into choices now. And whether or not choices show. Need one good apocalypse. Better do it on your game and get that money back. I'm banking a lot on the idea that if we do no manipulative practices, that could generate headlines and interest in our game and company, which will drive sales, as opposed to manipulate. So I'm trying to bank on the fact that enough people are doing the bad thing that if I do the good thing, we will essentially get free press out of it. And the fact that it is the right thing to do, in my opinion. So that's the hope. Yeah, it's like if enough people are doing the wrong thing, then I think that by doing the right thing, we might be able to generate interest. The bad practices will always make more money, but they're not worth it, in my opinion. No matter how much money it is. I know people are just waiting for the day that I sell out, because it seems to always happen. I just won't sell out. The worst thing that will happen for Microraptor is just that we won't be able to make the money and we have to close. That's it. And that's gonna suck, but I'd rather do that than sell out. Which might kind of suck to hear, but at the same time, I'm not gonna sell out. We need to do a requirements check here. And I think I will do that before we even create the... Yeah. Yeah, we need to do that before we create the budget. That's not your character, but I've heard that before. Yeah, you have. Yeah. I don't... I want you to be skeptical. I absolutely want it. And I understand it because I hear it all the time too. There's every month it feels like there's some story about some developers who said they wouldn't do this thing, or they, oh, it won't have pay to win, but you can pay for the things that allow you to get more power. Diablo Immortal. Like you can keep yourself independent. If investors are needed, nothing that can be done. Yep. That's our goal. You know, I don't want to bring investors in. We don't have investors. The only person that owns the company is me. And I'd prefer to keep it that way for the time being. I don't mind doing like a partner type of thing, right? With people who I trust to, you know, work on our games too, and they can be partners in the company. But for right now, 100% ownership. There's not even any shares. So that way I can control exactly what we do, and we won't sell out because there's no influence to do so. There's nobody putting pressure on me to do so. And I also overshare on stream, so at some point I will make it known if there's some pressure that's pushing me towards that. And the only pressure right now that's pushing me towards that is that we need funding for our game. And one of the forms of funding is to have shares, to sell shares to seed investors, or just, let's just say, to investors, and start to get some funding for our game to build up our team. I'd prefer to go a route where an investor puts some money in and wants a revenue share from our games. That would be okay. I would just make sure that that contract would say, look, we have creative control. We choose when we release our game. And if that's too much for you, then have fun. Go play with your yacht. Start with requirements. Shadow. I would do sponsorships as well. I'm open to sponsorships, but I'm gonna be very careful. Like, I don't really want to sponsor something that I don't like and I don't find fun. Like, I'm not gonna play Raid Shadow Legends. I could also ask you guys too. Like, I could just do a poll for our community. Like, do you want me to be sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends? You guys know that you $100 to play my game. You don't need to pay me anything. For people in chat, like for my viewers, you don't have to pay me anything to play the game. That's a gift that I can give back to you guys. And if you want me to play it, if you want to see me play it on stream, I'm okay for it. If you pay me, I won't hold it against you. This is... I'm going to local variable current will make my life a lot easier. Avoid the spaghetti. What I can say is the publishers we've talked to so far are... They seem to like what we're doing. They seem to realize that this is what they want too, and... I'm only taking it at face value, right? So they could just be saying that, just nice, but... I'm not going to sign anything that doesn't seem like it aligns with our values as a company. I don't really care how much money they offer. If they say, okay, we can give you $10 million, but we might ask you to do some crunching. Not worth it. Not worth it. This is like this will be about a 3-year journey for developers working on this. That's 3 years of their life that they can't get back. And I imagine that their mental health and their family probably matter more to them than the company making a shit ton of money. I want to find people that want to stick around. And don't just say, pay me $1 billion and then I'm going to leave after this game is done. It's a mysterious 200 million donation from SBI. I'm pretty sure that if SBI, Sweet Baby Inc., for people who don't know, if they watched even 5 minutes of my stream, they'd know that I probably don't align with their values. I mean, we were talking about the KKK earlier, so that might be too much for them. We weren't saying good things about them. I wasn't saying good things about them. I was just saying how their ranks, their structure and organization was like the most racist, weird form of D&D ever. They have like Cyclops and Nighthawks, Furies and whatever. Yeah, their ranks have cool names. What they do is certainly not anywhere near the word cool. Let's go with publishers. I haven't been keen about it for my game. I feel like publishers give no guarantee and ask for too much. It really depends on the publisher you work with. There are some really bad ones out there, but there are also some really good ones. And depending on how much money you need, a lot of them can afford smaller budgets, you know, $50,000, $100,000, and they will be very ethical. They will be very open to allowing you to have creative freedom. I think you just need to find the right one that works for you. Depending on what your game has, I can recommend some that might fit what you're trying to look for. Point isn't aligned, it's skewing your alignment with my... I think any of the companies who recruit them give a shit, it's just business. Yeah, for a lot of people it is just business, and I don't blame people. Like, I'm not saying that the people who are doing this just for business are wrong. They just don't align with my values in the industry. I want to make good games, I want to be ethical, I want to be transparent with the community, make games, and be the kind of developer that, as a gamer, I would want to interact with. If I were to look at myself on stream, would I say, yes, this is the kind of developer that I would want to buy a game from and that I would support? Are they going to fuck around with my money? Are they going to lie to me? Are they going to manipulate me? And if so, then I don't want to be that developer. What am I doing? Okay, first we check if it actually has requirement. We need to then check if it meets. Okay, I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna make an array of indices within the requirements array that are fully. So choice indices. An array of integers. Make a boolean. B does pass requirement. thinking really hard. Does do we then need the... No. Oh, organize this. Try to get it. Pick. Switch. Choice. Yeah, this will be the value. And then we need to check if the sub values are equal. And this will be case insensitive. This needs to be a with break or E. Yeah, take care, Luigi. Thanks for hanging. I know this is a boring day compared to doing shit, placing stuff in the level. Kind of like it though. I really like making data stuff. Five slides of PowerPoint. I procrastinate sometimes a lot. It just happens. Now, if it was found, you can move if does. I'm gonna do it the kind of safer way. We'll just add it to an array. think that's correct. In which case, we don't need to do a break. We need to... Oh, it's fine. I can just leave it like that. Value, sub-value, false threshold. Requirement array, find item. Not find, there's something else I can use. Contains item. Okay. If the requirement array contains a false, which is then true, we don't make the choice. We'll also have to fix how we do the option number. We will want to get the options box. Get children count. And I think we can use this directly. +1. Yeah. That should work. That handles it. We'll see. We will leave this first. Data. Strings. Re-import. I mean, I'm sure I fucked something up, so we'll just figure out where I fucked it up. Oh. Blue Dick Boy's movement didn't get saved. Back. Do. I know the issue. Okay, so it didn't show up. That's a good thing. It should show up. We're gonna ask this. Okay, go back. It's still in. Oh, because we're not saving. Hold on, because we're not saving the option. Duh. Okay. Dialogue option. I'll make the map. Name, map to string. Saved choice value. Can I check then if there's not empty? True. Update choice. We get it at first entry. Can I just get the first one? Okay, I guess I can just do this. Keys. That'd be an easier way, right? Whatever. That should update it. We then need to tell it to actually save it, that option. So, before we add the child, how do I make map? Oh, I saw Furiosa, by the way. Any of you were interested in Mad Max? It was pretty good. I think pretty good. More character focused than Fury Road, but it was a good prequel to Fury Road. Some good action sequences, but like I said, more character focused than Fury Road, which is more action focused. We'll see. Yeah, that works. I know it seems small, but it's actually really good that we got that done today. So now the dialogue options that you choose will save choices, you know, which is the basis for a lot of choice-based stuff in dialogue. And that will open up new dialogue. So first you have to ask him what kind of potion he's looking for, and then you can ask him what he's using. Now we can do a little bit extra here. Because like right now we have this mage, this line 1, this good day you must be the alchemist and herbalist. And the moment he says that, it's weird when you go back to that page that he says that again. We can have him do something like... Greeted mage. True. Anything else you wanted to know? In our story, we can do a... We can set this to false. Requirements for greeted mage. Okay, this brings up the then. We will turn the saved choice into structure. Or when you make a choice, we'll turn it into a structure. We'll make an array, so there are multiple things that we might save when the player says one thing. Yeah. That's what. Okay, let's do that then. Structure. So right now it's a demonstration. Saved choice IDs. And in story choice, we need the saved is for a little fun. We're just breaking stuff already. Wonderful. Oh, fun. Okay. What do I have to change based on that? For sure this, we need to now save multiple things. Save choice values. For save choices, we need to for each loop. It's add then here we want to get keys for each loop, right index, get values, get a copy, index, update choice, right element value, okay. There's that. There's one other thing. We need to update it in the story structure. This is gonna be a little bit broken now. Good thing is, let me just copy and paste. New one. Export. Oh, it automatically filled them in. So. Yeah. So now we should be able to do this. Greeted made. False. True. And in any of the choices, oh, it didn't say. Page 1, choice, 2. Save choice. The value. There we go. Thank you for that. True. Then here we will set a second one. Thank you for that as well. You. Well, it tells me. I can't help it. I can't help it. It says things. It says that you redeem it. Can't turn that off. I can report reward redemption. You guys want me to report reward? Let me go check sound alerts. Where do I do it in sound alerts? Settings. Manage. Setup. God, overlapping alert. I'm not gonna turn that on. God damn you. You just change the delay. I changed the delay to 10 seconds. Try playing something. And I'll see if I hear it before I get a message. But it's only for the, it was only, it definitely waited 10 seconds. But I think it's only that one. I think the Raptor Bucks notifications will show up immediately, right? I have to turn those off. But I need to see if people are redeeming things. I don't know if I can do those ones. I mean, really, I have the streamer bot. I could just link sound alerts to that. That was like the plan, was to get away from sound alerts and use the streamer bot to do that. So I guess I could just do that eventually, and then I won't get notifications unless I specifically want to get them. I'll do that eventually. Now that we have like digital dragons out of the way, I have a bit more breathing room. We'll do that. re-import that. Strings. Re-import. Will it show up? Yeah, that's fine. We would need to pre-initialize that requirement. Because right now if it doesn't exist, we don't show it. We would need to like initialize that choice. How do I want to handle that? Could have like a list of default choice values. Okay, I might know a way to do it. I'm gonna do it. I mean, I do know a way to do it. Let's put it that way. Choices to initial. Do it here. We can't do like begin, I guess we can do a niche. That would make sense. Get row names. Wait, what? The row struct use. Oh, interesting. For each. Get data row. Choices to initialize each. Break. Hit. Add. Should be it. And that should be all we gotta do. We'll fire a return node to be. Don't need to do it, but we'll do it. Let's say error no stream. Oh, we didn't update the strings. That would be why. Yeah, we did, but because we didn't. Oh, we didn't save it. That looks better. Does it show the second one? That's not working on that. Figure it out. Ask mage about potion. Oh wait, this is for choice. Okay, we set it up for choices. We didn't set it up for the lines. Makes sense. Where you do that? Be responsible. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Print. Save. X. We're gonna want to do something very similar to what we did here. Requirement array. Okay, pretty easy. Get current line break requirements valid index go branch true. For each loop, don't need break currently. This. Which could I copy paste? Might be able to. Hit requirement array contains item false. True, do nothing otherwise. And then connect this up. Doesn't have any requirements, we can show it. Is that correct? That should be correct. Let's see. Now it ain't showing nothing. Actually, I do see one issue, which might be the case. If we just need to clear this each time, and it would be each time. Here. I don't think that's what was causing it, but we'll... That for sure would have caused other bugs. Okay, if we fix that. Alright, let me see why that isn't showing. Lines were... It should show up. What's the first one? Is it the false or true? Yeah, it should output that. Okay. Wait, where are we ticking the stuff that we did yesterday? Where's that being ticked in? I want to turn that off. In here. We know this is working. Or do it, but just don't. Well, just don't do it. We know it's working. Instead, I want to tick the... Get game instance. Cast alchemy. Alchemy get whatever the hell fuck it's called, something choices map. Can I just get the number of things in there? Because I'll know if it's. I can get length. Okay, that works. I'll know if the initialization worked based on that. No. That would be why. Every time I have something not work, it's because I made it but never connected it up. Like I made the functions. They're great. They should work. And I just never hooked them up to run. Now we have it. Okay, now let's see if it works. Okay, that part's working. Why didn't the first one show up? We know it initialized. In theory. Well, it didn't because we didn't re-import the story. There it is. First time you greet him. That's interesting. I'm... Yeah. Okay. It is functional. It works. We have our lines, we have our choices, we have our pages, we have requirements, we have basic requirements, we just have choices right now. But we have it all working with at least the initial greeting of the NPC. So now we'll want to set it up tomorrow with the... We'll want to like integrate it with the potions and the reward scores. It's for sure going to be the challenge for tomorrow, but we do have this functional. And you can see now why it's a little bit annoying to organize, but it does work, and it's very strong system for capabilities. But I also think it's pretty crude in the way that it's built. It's a very crude system, but it does work. And in this way, then we can say like this is encounter 1, so next tomorrow we'll work on like encounter 2, which will be the return. And all we need to do is we'll need to tell the game which page to switch to. We could also nest pages into encounter. Those stories can be encounters pages. Actually, I like that. I can do that. I can do that today actually, because that's not too tough. But then afterwards, I think I don't want to jump into anything deeper than that. Those stories won't have pages, they will have encounter. Pages of encounter. Which for now is just going to be an array of... It's just going to have an array of pages. Well, probably end an encounter ID. And so this is what we'll tell the... We can switch between this a lot easier, and then this will house all the pages within that, and we'll know to grab the first page in an encounter. Yeah, a little bit of fixing I gotta do with that. Might also erase. I mean, I don't care if I have to remake it. The important thing is that we have it all working, and adding this back. Okay, story is encounters. Array of them. That's going to change a lot. I don't know if it, actually I don't know if it will. I'm really just more worried about whether or not that erased all my... Yeah, it did. You... Alright, I can get that. Just gonna be copied and pasted. Let me at least make sure this works. Encounter. Need to grab the right encounter. CID. We'll need to grab NPC current in. New game drama over Snowbreak Containment Zone. What is that? E-Mage. That was it, right? E-Mage 1? You. English VAs didn't want to voice the characters because everything was overly sexualized into. What's the drama? They weren't willing to do the work. I mean, fair, that's their right, so they got fired because they couldn't do the work. They don't get to demand changes. Yeah, it's like they didn't write this story, it's not their game, they don't get to fucking demand changes. They'll just find other voice actors. Fine, you wanna get paid? I know a few voice actors, they wouldn't dare demand changes like that. They would just take a look at the role and say, yeah, this isn't for me. I think we do for each break. Counter. I mean, who's upset at this outcome? Like, if you don't want to play a game because you think the characters are overly sexualized, then just don't play the game. Anybody who's been on the internet for like 5 seconds knows that there is a very large number of games with very illegal premises. Nobody gets mad at those games for existing. There are plenty of games about grapes without the G. Weird fetish games. A friend told me. That's how I know. Maybe we just get the first pick. For now. Get chosen encounter, break, get, copy, page depth. I mean, it's like, guys, Nekopada exists on Steam. There's one even worse. I'll read the title off. Okay? I'll read the title of a game I saw yesterday on Steam. Nejikomi Simulator TMA02, my own dedicated weak pussy cow VTuber's confinement and training. Choke clamping, deep digging, RIP to her life, masochistic orgasm. Cheeky big boob fap hole understood her position. That's the name of a game on Steam. Alright. This is the name of a game on Steam, alright? And people are worked up about some other game having overly sexualized characters. Come on, guys. Keep it consistent. Yeah. I don't even know. This is what happens in my mind when I hear juxtaposition gratification used in game design. Okay? This doesn't make sense to me. This pretty much could be summed up by some anime girl gets pounded by a massive donger. That's about it. That's really it. Okay. Gotta rewrite this whole damn thing now. Counters. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could just paste all of it back in. And then just tab it. Have I closed this all up? Don't think. In on the game Run. I feel like I've heard of that game before. Run Go. Okay, I've only seen the name because I don't know anything. Opinion on it? I don't know anything about it. Fuck. What's going on in this game? There's so many cars. NFT merchant tries to bribe you into investing. You have to do it. It kind of just looks like almost maybe a parody of like card battlers, or just like a card battler on steroids. Let me look at it. This is like wild, man. I have no idea. I don't even know how to process what I'm watching. Some of this stuff kind of looks like AI art. I mean, it could just be the style, but there's... It's either handmade in a style that I would almost see from being created by AI art if you tell it to make some pixel stuff, or it's like some AI art being used here. I think it's the former. I think it's just kind of looking like that. Hard for me to say. Hard for me to say. I mean, it seems like people like the game. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't like... I think the art for me is just too chaotic. It lacks contrast and line work to help me distinguish things from each other. It's almost like it makes my brain hurt a little bit just trying to figure out what I'm looking at. Yeah, it's just... It's really chaotic visually and not in a good way. I'm sure it can still be fun, of course, but visually it's a nightmare. It's almost a headache. Just Kickstarter, hey, Ice Creek. That's some game with a lot of publishers. 3 publishers. Yeah, I mean, I just don't know how it plays. But it seems like people like it. So, you know, good for them. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it either, personally. like pixel art. I just don't like this pixel art. I think this pixel art is, like I said, it's just very hard to distinguish elements from each other. And it makes it just a visual headache to look at. Especially when there's a lot of movement on screen. I like pixel art. There's very good pixel art. I think Animal Well has very good pixel art. I play a little bit of that. I'd like to play some more of it. This is very nice. And when you're playing it, it is easy to distinguish. Especially if you turn off the CRT, which I do. Animal Well is good. I like Animal Well, but I need to play more of it. It was hard. It is a well, Metroidvania puzzle game. Yeah, it is just about puzzles and finding out how to get to the next area. If you don't like puzzle games, you won't like. And I mean, like Terraria is always a great example of great pixel art too. Very easy to distinguish elements. $1 million reviews. Holy shit. I broke it. What did I break? Oh, it's because I didn't update encounter the animate. No, I did. It says image 1. What about? You write the story for Submarine Chronicles. No, I didn't, and I'm a little bit worried about going into that because the water system I was looking at using doesn't occlude water from inside the submarine. So right now, the idea with that plugin would not work. I'm keeping an eye on it. I could still write this story without it, right? And we could find another way to do it. But I need to sit down and get it ready. Why? Look up. Should find it. Chose. Oh, because we don't set it to anything. I'm done. All right, I'll mix it up. Hold on. There we go. All good. There's a way. Yeah, I mean, there's a way we can do it without the plugin, but the plugin was really tempting. Can't do Submarine Chronicles. The project will always be underwater. Ah, thanks, Dad. Maybe I won't visit you. If you make bad jokes, I'm not gonna visit. Wait, add the plugin to work the way you want. It doesn't say that there is. It's a limitation of the current thing. However, I think there's a possibility that it could work. And I'll show you. So this is the guy. He was working on this pretty recently. So there's, you know, I think there's a possibility that we could have it. Once you're deep enough, can you just turn the waves up? Yes. I really just need it for the... There's a way. There's a way. There's a way. Okay, there's a way. There's a way. Let me show you. Wait, this is working, yeah? Okay, it's not working. Let me show you, and then we'll fix that. So with this, right, I can check out the section map. So we can have like we can have it within a section. We could have the edge of the viewport, the submarine window, the port window, whatever the fuck it means. We could have it be on the edge of the screen here, so the player would see waves, but they wouldn't realize that they kind of stop at the edge. Yeah, they would go into the hole. Like they would disregard the mesh entirely, I think, from what it was said within the limit. The thing is, the plugin is expensive. If it doesn't work the way that I need it to, it's kind of... It's not really a massive waste. These look so good. But I can use this water system for Cauldron Chronicles as well. It does have a Discord, so I'm going to ask kind of if there's a way to hack it, because the player in our submarine game won't be able to control the submarine. It's just lowered down, like an elevator. So they won't be able to like turn it. So we could kind of, you know, you would see this, but essentially it would stop right in front of you. It could work. I think it could work. It could work that way. So the player's technically being lowered into air. I don't know. I mean, that wouldn't work either, though, because of the changes to the post-processing from lowered it. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll at least ask about it, and I'll try to explain what I want to do with it. But at the very least, we could get this for Cauldron Chronicles. This is a demo, yeah? So that we would have a proper swimming system and everything that goes along with it. It'd be pretty similar to like the beach map here. So let me do the world. Yeah. So this would be our new beaches in Cauldron Chronicles. I will try it. Apparently it doesn't work with like Windows yet, but that's what was being worked on from what I showed you on Twitter. So maybe by the time we're ready to start working on it, it will have that update. But at the very least, I could buy it so that we could use it for Cauldron Chronicles and update our water system finally. Which would be pretty cool. And have ingredients that you could harvest down in the bottom of the lake. Yeah, that's the same plugin, but I don't know if that's being worked on or if it's really. This is insane. Yeah, this is for 350 bucks I could buy this and have it. There's also like a waterfall too. A bit wonky. Did it break it? Yeah, it broke it. Oh yeah, that looks better. I think I broke it. It's a one-time for all projects, and it will be updated. So it's a very fair price for what it is. I mean, look at this. It's really good fluid, and it's very cheap. I mean, I'm getting over 200 FPS right now on this. I mean, I have a good GPU, of course. I have a 4070, but my CPU is pretty shit. So the plugin is Fluid Flux. Yeah, it's good. I'll put it that way. It's very good. She'll back your project. Let's wait for a moment maybe until I'm ready to overhaul the rivers, because it might go on sale, and if it goes on sale, I'm gonna jump on it. It's like I'm breaking it or something. Yeah, it's weird. It was working for me properly last night. I wonder if I just kind of spammed. I might have just spammed it too much. There we go. It's better. It goes on sale. I only need one. Like, I get it for all my projects. Commercial license. Like, it's not, I wouldn't say it's, okay, maybe this is a bit mean to say to the creator of this. I don't think it's AAA quality in some ways, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty damn close. I don't mean it in a rude way, I just mean that it is extremely good quality for what it is. You make realistic toilet flush. Probably yes. Probably yes. It's very good. I wish I could kind of clip into the meshes, because I don't really get what it means by it wouldn't work. If it can flow around meshes, then surely a submarine should function? I'm just not sure. But yeah, it does look good. It's really great. And having this for the ocean would be pretty cool. It'll trigger my thalassophobia pretty heavily. Already scaring the shit out of me. I know there's nothing here. I know it's a game. Like, it's just a tech demo, but scares the shit out of me. You can change the color of it too. What if, yeah, that's what I was thinking when I was playing it. I'm like, but what if they put something secret down there? Just to fuck with people. Okay, why didn't this work with Blue Dick Boy? Option. Initialize dot. Oh, I see. Let me fix this. I know what the issue is. It's the we're feeding a target page ID and it's not equaling this, but I'm trying to figure out the best way to fix it. We'll do it this way. Okay, we'll do it that way. Or we'll put that after we get the encounter. We already know the encounter. Encounter. 2023. Yeah, they aren't. Where's his documentation? Because I wasn't able to really understand exactly the limitation. Metric. Like, I mean, for sure I wouldn't refund it if it didn't have it. I would just wait. Because I could still use it for other projects. Not a big deal. The underwater glass, holes, and the submarine view are not supported. I certainly don't need the hole, right? Because it wouldn't be opening in our game. But the underwater glass would be. I'm kind of curious too, because if he has... No idea. I need this, but reversed. I mean, there's a way that I could, you know, make cinematic with fluid flux with the ocean, and then you know, fade to black or something, and you're in your submarine. Like, there's clever ways to do it. There's absolutely ways that I could get around it, and then utilize something like this. But no, I can't. The demo project is a built project. It is not a. It is not the Unreal file. So it's an already packed project. Otherwise, you could steal the plugin, of course. I don't know. Like, this is the most promising part of it. And if this is already in the engine, I don't know. Oh, that was pins. So maybe there was some new stuff from after February. It might already be in there. I don't know. Underwater lighting. Perfect. Perfect for fraction. Looks so good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could just pop in their Discord and ask, right? So we'll see. It seems like if it isn't in there yet, it will be soon. Yeah, we'll see. it's just a new, if it's equal to know the encounter E. No, set this to break. 4 each with break. It'll look a bit weird, but we'll do it. We'll see. And once we get this fixed, I'm gonna head out. So I think, so Orbital Market doesn't detect sales, it only detects price changes, which is kind of fucking useless, right? So it might go on sale, but I've never seen information of it going on sale. We might just be locked into what. But it is powerful. I don't know of anything that tracks sale history of Unreal stuff, sadly. Yes. Yes. No. Yeah, it like that's the most important thing that I want to check. Starting on dialogue system. Overhaul to counter page. I don't know when that crashed. Wait, did that just crash? I don't care. I don't care. If there's anything wrong, we'll just fix it tomorrow. Technically. Save. Okay guys, I have to get going, primarily because I really need to pee. and I need to get to the door. So I'm gonna get going. We're gonna be back on tomorrow for more, and I'm trying to work out a way to move earlier in June, and it's totally not because Shadow of the Erdtree comes out early June, and I'd like to be in my office to play it on stream before then. Absolutely has nothing to do with my desire to get moved there and set up. But yeah, I'm gonna be on tomorrow. We're gonna do more of this. We're making good progress. We didn't get really stuck today with anything. It's just slow and steady. And I think tomorrow we're gonna try to hook up the second part of Alaric's mission with the dialogue system. And you know, right now we're just kind of implementing what we have, and then we can start to tweak it more, because right now it's very, very simplistic, even though the system itself does offer a lot of freedom. So we'll just keep working on it and improving it and making it work well, and see where it takes us. Moving is fun. Moving is something. It certainly is something. But yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. See you guys. Take care. Have a nice rest of your Monday. And eat well. Be nice. Remember, what would Steve Irwin, what would Bob Ross, what would Mr. Rogers do? And do those things. Yeah. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.